Council will stand in session. For the record, I just want to note that Council Member Santa Cruz is joining us virtually. And anyone else? Council Member Figueres is absent excuse. So items 1 and 3 are executive sessions. Ms. Clerk.
The first executive session is noticed as executive session possible acquisition of real property located at the southwest corner of Speedway Boulevard and Stone Avenue and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A7. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session Todd versus the City of Tucson et al., Pima County Superior Court case number C-2022-0838, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Councilmember Santa Cruz, we'll see you in the executive session, and we'll be back hopefully within the next 45 minutes. If we can come back into session, please, thank you.
So
We
moved.
need a motion to come back from executive.
So moved.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mayor, I would ask for a motion with respect to this item relating to the property at the southwest corner of Speedway and Stone, directing the city manager and city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session.
There's a motion. There's a couple of motions, and I need a second. Second. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Mayor, with respect to the Kyle Todd versus the city of Tucson, I'd ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this lawsuit for the amount of $185,000.
Is there a motion? Motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Motion carries. Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. What we're going to do next is move on to item 7. Councilwoman Lee requested a discussion regarding the emergency response plan in a briefing of the February 14th nitric acid spill on I-10. Councilwoman Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the time and opportunity to have a conversation. And I think Tim is probably going to cover some of this background, but just to set the table, we had a nitric acid spill on I-10 on February 14th. So that was a great Valentine's Day that lasted through the 15th. I-10 was closed for 28 hours, and it diverted a lot of traffic onto our city streets, as well as impacted the neighbors with the actual nitric acid spill itself. I wanted to put this agenda item together, not to point blame to any city departments or county or state agencies, but really to give us a pause instead of jumping from one frying pan to the next, to just take a moment and see how we can learn from this experience, involve all the stakeholders necessary to figure out what we can do better when the next incident happens. So before we get started, though, I do want to acknowledge Chief Ryan and Captain Wakefield. Those were two individuals throughout this experience who were very proactive and helpful and constantly kept me in the loop about what was going on. Our TFD personnel, especially Chief Anderson, TPD personnel, our public safety communications team that had to deal with 911 calls with minimal information at the time, all of the city staff at DTM who helped put up routes and traffic signal analysis, and on the second day, Andy Squire and the PIO team who jumped in to support and provide information out. So again, there were a lot of things and people that went really well and did a really good job at this. And this is just an opportunity to look beyond our own silos and jurisdiction and see how we can do better in the future. So, Tim.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. So thank you, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this item forward. I'll give a quick update on overview of the incident that happened, and then address some of the issues and concerns that you brought forth in your memo. As noted on February 14th at 3 p.m., first responders arrived at the accident involving nitric acid, which resulted in the closure of Interstate 10 between Kolb and Rita roads for about 28 hours as indicated. At that time, a unified command was established, including the Arizona Department of Public Safety, or DPS, Tucson Fire Department, Tucson Police Department, the Pima County Sheriff, and the Arizona Department of Transportation. Because of the location and nature of the incident, Department of Public Safety was the incident command, which did place us into a federally directed structure for responding to the incident. Where first responders and emergency managers operate under the National Incident Management System, or NIMS system, and the incident command structure. So under NIMS, the incident management is handled by the jurisdictional law enforcement, with other agencies activated through mutual aid agreements. So again, DPS was the incident command for this hazardous materials spill. And as is the nature of an emergency like this, it's a very complex issue to deal with. And I would like to just pause and take a moment to say that send our condolences for the truck driver who died as a result of the accident. So the spill itself and the plume that resulted from it, no lives were lost or known medical issues related. It was eventually contained, and no long-term environmental effects are expected. And as the council member noted, there's a lot of people to commend for their work, but especially the outstanding work of Tucson Fire Department in their incident response, taking good care of securing the scene and protecting public life and safety. But also Tucson Police Department, Department of Transportation and Mobility, Environmental and General Services, and other city departments all rallied to provide support. Though we had good support on the ground, as indicated, the communications is where we really had issues on this incident. I'll address three of the main issues: the traffic gridlock that resulted from this closure of the interstate, some opportunities for improvement at the city. As indicated, even though we fall into an incident command system, that doesn't mean we can't all own our piece of that and do better and learn from an incident like this, and not just rely on the silos that are naturally part of the structure, but how do we as a community respond better and communicate better. So for the traffic gridlock, the closure of I-10 caused a lot of gridlock in the southeast region. Transportation mobility did assist with messaging and signalization, and as the city learns from this event, our emergency plans need to take into further consideration better pre-planning for detour routes, particularly if there's an area with bottlenecks or limited road infrastructure, like this area of the community. The Department of Public Service did have one piece of feedback that they had instructed the Arizona Department of Transportation to establish alternate routes for transportation, but that distribution of such routes did not take place. So that was a failure of communication within the incident team, although DTM for the city did step into that vacuum. And if we have further questions or details on that, Director Sam Credio is here and he can address those. So lessons learned or opportunities for improvement from the city. There's been a number of meetings that have followed up on this incident to identify those. There have been 4 after incident meetings, one that was internal, 2 with our public safety partners, and 1 external meetings with the city, county, schools, hospitals, DPS itself, and Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. It's important to note that Ward 4 participated and provided significant feedback throughout those, throughout the incident and also throughout those follow-up meetings, and really gave a lot of guidance and good feedback on how we can improve both emergency planning itself and the communication associated. City staff are currently working with county and state emergency management departments to create robust emergency plans. We estimate to have those updated and completed within the next 6 months. All of the stakeholders that were involved in the incident agreed that hosting a Joint Information Center, or JIC, which DPS was reluctant to do, would have alleviated and been the best solution to most, if not all, of the communication issues faced. So that is an area that something should have occurred. It did not occur, and that's a lesson learned for all of us. DPS has assured us that in future incidents where they are incident command, they will open a JIC and work with surrounding agencies to provide real-time and accurate updates to the community. So this is a lesson we should only have to learn once. And city staff are committed to better ensure communication with the public in future events, regardless of who is incident command. So that is some of the lessons learned from this to respond better in future incidents and absolutely communicate better. A final question was about the hauling of hazardous materials within the city limits. And for that, I'll turn to our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The regulation of the transportation of hazardous materials has evolved over time. Actually, back in the 1980s, the federal law allowed for a substantial amount of local regulation and state regulation relating to the transportation of hazardous materials, including within city limits. And in fact, we even have a couple of code provisions that are still on our books from back in the 1980s. But what happened is that across the country, that resulted in sort of a patchwork of different regulations in different states, different counties, and then in different cities. And so in 1990, Congress adopted the Hazardous Materials Transportation Act to establish uniform regulations that apply across the country and almost entirely preempt any state or local regulation of the transportation of hazardous materials. However, and we discussed this a little bit in connection with the Becton-Dickinson issue and the transportation of ethylene oxide that was at issue there, there is a procedure under the federal law where a locality can apply to the Secretary of Transportation, U.S. DOT, for a determination of a waiver of preemption. That really needs to be in connection with a particular chemical or particular hazardous material in a particular use or facility. And in fact, we've engaged in that process now with the Department of Transportation and the sub-agency, which is the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, to engage in that process for that particular chemical. And it actually looks like we might be successful in getting the ability to designate acceptable travel routes or truck routes for EO. But that is not a process that would allow us to just gain general authority throughout the city for the regulation of the transportation of hazardous materials. So it is a regulatory structure that we can try to work through for particular known hazards, but the general answer is that we're preempted from general regulation of transportation.
I just wanted to thank, first and foremost, Councilwoman Lee for bringing this item to us specifically because the Ward 4 area of town was heavily impacted by this incident. This particular incident gave us all an opportunity to pause and consider how various systems of responding to emergencies work, and I'm really grateful, especially to all the first responders that responded to this. I mean, without their work, we would have had much more urgent issue in our hands. Very specifically to Tucson Fire Department Hazmat Unit, which stepped up in a big way to help the incident that happened. And I guess that's a significant lesson learned in all of this is that we assumed, I'm saying we, the city, and the mayor and council colleagues assumed that DPS would provide adequate communications to the public and to mayor and council and all involved, assuming this because they were incident command at that moment. I think this was an incorrect assumption, right? I felt exasperated. I know that Councilwoman Lee did as well because we were talking to each other during the incident. Because I didn't feel comfortable informing the community. We were not seeing that public communication happening. And I felt very inadequate to inform the community about this because of the complicated nature of the incident. I did hear immediately from our fire department chief, Chief Ryan, immediately contacted me. As a matter of fact, I even heard from the White House that they had heard about the incident and that they were at our, they could provide any additional help if we needed. But I didn't have enough information to be able to even provide the White House in terms of our needs. Good thing that I talked to Chief Ryan. I said, look, the White House wants to know if there's any needs that we have. We have their help. But I don't think we should assume. I think that was the lesson learned in my perspective, that we shouldn't assume that a particular jurisdiction that is incident command is going to provide the public and the elected officials representing these areas the information necessary. So I think on our end, we also have to push on incident command to communicate with both elected officials and the public in the future. So thank you so much, Councilwoman Lee, for bringing this to the table and for being part of the discussions after the fact so that we can improve these systems. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just to kind of put a little bit more context into this, and I'm probably going to miss some people, but Arizona Department of Public Safety, Arizona Department of Transportation, Tucson Fire, Tucson Police, Department of Transportation Mobility for the city, the Water Department had a role in this conversation, Pima County Sheriff's Office, Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, Pima County Health Department, Arizona Poison Control, the Vail School District, and I'm sure there were others. Although the Department of Public Safety was the point person, just being on the receiving end and living through this experience, how are we supposed to know how to go to all these different agencies? Every agency had a different mechanism for communication, and just everyday people who were trying to get to school, try to go to work that day, who couldn't leave. It was really, really difficult. So I appreciate the point about is it Joint Information Center, you said? I do agree that that would take care of a lot of those problems in the future. I do want to shout out to the Vail School District because from my standpoint, as a person living out there and as a parent, they were the best at communicating this. Of course, they do have the ability of capturing text message, numbers for the people who are impacted and communicate out proactively. But they did show a lot of proactive leadership and collaboration there. Pima County, they put up a website right away, which was really helpful with information. So we were able to try to direct people there. When it happened, Mayor, I didn't feel capable and qualified of sharing, but I just started scraping stuff off of people's websites and putting it out on my Facebook page. And I never want to wish anyone to ever have to go to Facebook for anything because it's a cesspool, but that was the only mechanism that we had to try to get information out. So I just want to share my gratitude for continuing to unpack what happened and look for opportunities for improvement and work across agencies and the state to figure out how to do this better next time. I definitely would love, in 6 months when these plans are prepared, for us to be able to see what specific operational improvements have been made and how we're going to ensure that these ideas stick. And yeah, last but not least for me, just kind of being through this experience, I think having an an emergency manager person in this role who is trained, certified, experienced, capable of stepping in and leading during an incident, but also prior to an incident happening and making sure we're best positioned to weather a storm of a variety of natures, I think is absolutely critical for us in the future. So that's where I'm at. I thank you all for your input. Thank you all for everything you did that day and after. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing this item to the table. Again, very important conversation to have, and good lessons learned, I think, for all of us. And I still think we can, rely on the federal government to help us, I think mostly with hazmat replacement with the city of Tucson. So thank you all. And appreciate this item. What we'll do is we'll move on, the next item that I'm gonna, yes.
Question on this.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve.
Two
Go ahead,
questions.
Vice
First of
Mayor.
all, do we have the mutual aid agreements in place with all these various agencies that are necessary if this were to happen again tomorrow?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I believe that to be the case. I would invite Fire Chief Chuck Ryan if there's anything that we need to complete in that area in order to shore that up.
Thank you. Well, I'll just leave it with that. You all know the issues, and so you don't need to list the agencies.
You
But
almost got there.
Okay, that's good. The larger concern that I have is what Mike started to point out, and that is the question as to how these chemicals transit through our community. And this was the issue that I raised when Becton Dickinson came up in ethylene oxide, and we did petition the DOT. So where are we in getting the approval to, specifically for BD, because you raised that particular company, where are we in terms of getting the approval to identify a transit route? And maybe, not more importantly, but equally importantly, is that we have since heard then through our economic initiatives team that they've agreed not even to use ethylene oxide. And so we need to get an update on that to find out what their plans for that facility are. Maybe not appropriate to this item because it wasn't agendized for that, but those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Yeah, we'll follow up and give an update as to what BD's current plans are. As I mentioned in my explanation about the federal regulations, it does look like we were on a positive course to get approval to have local authority to address that particular known hazard in connection with the facility as initially proposed.
Thank you. Alrighty, what we'll do now is we'll move on to item 6, which is an update on strategic.
Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh.
I have my hand up.
Council member, I'm so sorry. We didn't see you. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, no, so I wanted to thank Councilmember Lee for bringing this item forward. I think us being better prepared to respond to these kinds of emergency situations. I know that shortly after this incident, we also had that train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. And so we've been hearing similar concerns from neighbors that live in Barrio Anita about toxic spills and train derailments. And they're asking if the city has a plan or protocol in place to follow if this were able to happen in their neighborhood. And also asking for any training opportunities to help them prepare as a community.
That's a good question.
That's all.
Thank you, Council Member Santa Cruz. That is a really good question based on the train derailment. And UP passes through the city of Tucson. And so it would be good to follow up with both Union Pacific, but also with the federal government. What is it? Department of Environmental Quality, Federal Department of Environmental Quality, to be able to, or EPA, what is it? Environmental Protection, to see if there are action items that the city of Tucson and our neighbors close to UP how we should protect them and how we should prepare for incidents like a train derailment as well.
Yes, Mayor, we can prepare that information.
Thank you. Alrighty, any others that I might be missing? Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. All right, we are ready to move on to item 6. Update on strategic initiatives related to unsheltered homelessness. This item is an item that I've been requesting for some months now. We get updates on unsheltered homelessness, and there's, of course, ongoing needs and challenges of addressing the unsheltered and the impacts of various both encampments and other issues that mayor and council have been working on for at least a year, with a task force that we've asked the city manager to stand up that involves every department within the city of Tucson that is involved in addressing the concerns of affordable housing, but also the needs of unsheltered populations, neighborhoods and businesses that are affected by homelessness in our community. We have been very lucky to have a good partner in Pima County. The task force includes representatives from Pima County, who, by the way, are here with us today. I just wanted to hand over this item over to our Deputy City Manager, Tim Tamir, so that he can introduce the item. I did want to give time to our partners, Pima County. John Lesher, our County Administrator, is here, as well as our, I don't know what the title is, Steve, Assistant County Manager, Steve Holmes, who represents Pima County on the task force, is also here. What we have been able to do together in partnership with Pima County is to hire our first ever multi-agency resource coordinator, Amaris Vasquez, so that she could keep both City of Tucson Mayor and Council informed, as well as Pima County agencies and the Board of Supervisors informed of the work that we're doing. It's a wonderful partnership, and I'll just toss it over to you, Mr. Tamir, and then we can invite up our County Administrator, Jan Lesher.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. As by way of introduction, the thing that I would like to emphasize is that both the city and the county have been working very closely. It's an area that we've broken down silos respect to unsheltered homelessness and how we're responding as a community and providing services, but also providing public safety, health, and protection. One of the key things that we were directed to do and have been fulfilling is the Homeless Protocol Action Plan. This action plan guides our work for the unsheltered and for the community. A steering committee for the blueprint of unsheltered services has met twice with both city and county representatives, and we've actually progressed to the point where there's 4 key subcommittees or areas of action. One is around protocols related to encampments. There's also one related to housing and shelter needs of the community. Judicial involvement is the third, and the fourth one is a substance use subcommittee with particular emphasis on fentanyl. These are all subcommittees that are meeting and working on actions and really directing the boots on the ground in those 4 areas. In addition, there's a publicly available dashboard that documents and tracks our actions in these areas, so it's very transparent and very high degree of accountability with regard to both in the cities and counties' actions in this area. With that, we, in addition to County Administrator Jan Lesher, our Police Chief Kazmar, and our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Director Sarah Launius are here to provide additional information. And I'd like to note that Chief Kazmar spent the morning with the County Board of Supervisors providing a similar update. So we're getting real-time information across city and county staff and leadership to both of the governing boards. So with that, if County Administrator Lesher would like to come up and say a few words.
Thank you very much, Mayor Romero, members of the council and staff, and thank you for letting us be here today. What I think is, it's not our last meeting, it's the first time that we will be participating, I think, in sharing the updates, and has been mentioned. We started a couple weeks ago. Obviously, Ms. Vasquez has been with us, and she reports to both. She gets to attend all of our meetings as well as yours. And Mr. Ortega was there a couple weeks ago. Today, as you've mentioned, we had Police Chief Kazmar with us to get caught up. What we've been doing in the last several months is we work with this effort collaboratively, I think, is there's 3 buckets of areas that we've been looking at on our side of the house. All the public health issues that have been mentioned. We look not only human beings, but animals, and our departments of public health, animal care, as well as behavioral health, environmental quality. Those are under Dr. Francisco Garcia, Deputy County Administrator. Carmine DeBonis is another individual I think you all know, and he oversees the Public Works departments. So departments that we're dealing with planning and zoning, transportation, land use, so many of those issues that come into play as well. Carmine heads that effort. And then all of us come together in the final analysis and work for Steve Holmes when it comes to this project. So as you mentioned, he is the newest Deputy County Administrator and is dealing with this issue. I think as we began several months ago working together, one of our goals was to make sure that we were collaborating and cooperating and not in each other's lanes, but complementing each other's activities. And I think with that, the city really took an extraordinary effort at leading in the area of the homelessness and the houselessness. We began to look at some of the public safety issues. And for us, it began to peel back the layers of not only the Sheriff's Department and the Police Department, but the Superior Courts and all of that is everything that's involved in pretrial services and probation and all the areas that we then see as we have people coming into the criminal justice side of the house. And our hope is that over what has started in the last several months, if you will, is that the city and the county have started a little bit at other ends, but that through the steering committee, it's allowed us to really come together in one umbrella effort. Again, so we are not, there's not a real competition about it, but making sure that we're bringing all the right partners to the table. And for us, is again, it's our judges and the county attorney's office as well. The gentleman, as I mentioned, who's been dealing with on the day-to-day basis is Steve Holmes. I'd like to turn it over to him, and of course, we will both be staying as long as, if you have any questions, happy to help him. So thank you again for allowing us to be with you today.
Thank you, Mayor Romero, members of the council. Thank you for having us here this afternoon. I just want to give a little specificity of kind of some of the work that had been running parallel that we're merging, we're getting ready to stand up. As you know, when we think about Superior Court and the folks that actually report to them, pretrial service plays a critical role in how we accept folks into the jail, or we try to kind of deflect them into other, under the supervision of pretrial services. One of the things that we all agree upon, at least those of us working in the county in this space, is that we need better warm handoffs for folks that are going into the jail and leaving the jail so that we can try to decrease recidivism, right? Whether they're unsheltered or not, that's still a big issue. One of the biggest arrest categories that we're seeing are failures to appear in court, right? And so that cycle of what they call FTAs continues to plague us, right? As we look at people that are being released, not showing up, getting a warrant, getting re-picked up, getting their court dates shifted, and et cetera, et cetera. That's a big common, something we see common on our unsheltered folks as well, who may have outstanding warrants, aren't able to attend. So one of the ideas that we have proposed, is so that you're all privy to this, is that where pretrial service has a modular right outside of the jail, we're getting ready to put another modular adjacent to that modular where we would actually run a social service support system through there. So that people are leaving, we can actually have them connect with social service agencies and as real time as possible. Please note that these are all voluntary services. We can't require anyone to take advantage of them, but if we put the proximity of services adjacent to the jail or close to, we can try to intercept people and get them connected right away as they're awaiting a hearing. Specifically, or if they're need services because they're just coming out and just need homes or shelters and those types. We're looking at June to stand up that particular service model there, right by the jail, and continue our collaborations, of course, with the city in the areas that was described earlier. We had a wonderful first couple steering committee meetings, specifically when it relates to housing. We played definitely overlapping roles in the housing space, and so we're trying to better define what roles can we play so that we're actually serving the continuum of housing in a way that's actually much more efficient. Tucson Pima collaboration to end homeless. Leadership was there at this past meeting as well, which was a good signal of collaboration. We're going to need all three entities, right? County, city, and TPCH to be working collaboratively to figure out the space. We're looking at ways in which we can get people into housing quicker, right? We have this Blvd long assessment tool that we use. Can we make that a shorter assessment tool? Can we look at getting people into housing quicker versus just being in a waiting list? Those are the kinds of conversations that we're having that hopefully we bring back a different iteration of how we can collaborate in the housing space. Justice involved is kind of what I just described a little bit. I think there's a role that we can collaborate, specifically when it comes to initial appearances in the jail, which are handled specifically through the city, revisiting the IGA that is actually in the midst of renegotiation. And so that IGA will speak to a lot of areas that we can maybe do better in terms of not only these warm handoffs, but reducing recidivism by the way in which we handle some of those processes right there in the jail as well. I'll end with this idea of fentanyl and kind of one of what we're working on. Thank you, Chief Kazmar, for presenting to our Board of Supervisors today. I thought it was really speaks to the relationship we have together and how we're building that. And it's an area of great concern and how we're going to deal with that. I don't have any easy answers. I do know our health department has been working diligently on a dashboard and ways to track and prevent deaths in fentanyl, but Narcan alone isn't going to solve the fentanyl issue, right? It'll prevent deaths, but we need to be more proactive in that space. So I'm definitely love what we're seeing. I think this is probably the best collaboration we've seen between our two entities in quite some time. I'm very hopeful that we can solve this problem together, and that's our hope to return back to you all with some updates as we continue to progress in our shared collaboration, as you still have initiatives that your team is doing separately from ours as well. So thank you.
Thank you, both Jan and Steve, for coming today. We really appreciate your presence, your partnership, and this work of unsheltered homelessness, and other complex issues, societal issues that come with it are something that the city of Tucson alone cannot solve. As a matter of fact, the city of Tucson and Pima County alone cannot solve. I know our Governor Hobbs, has personally told me that she's very, very interested in being a good partner to cities and towns across Arizona in terms of affordable housing and unsheltered homelessness. And so I know that mayors throughout this country are seeing similar issues in their cities, issues that, by the way, have been societal issues for decades, unattended, maybe sometimes funded, but not able to move the line forward on. But with the pandemic, we have seen an explosion, and it really put a light on these issues. And so mayors throughout the country, through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, have been very clear, even with President Biden in the White House, that we need federal help. Because, and I'm really happy to see that based on the action plan and the work of the task force that we put together last year, the subcommittees that were put together really reflect the needs of the areas where we need to work on, which is encampment protocols, housing and shelter needs, judicial involvement, and then, of course, substance use, and I would add to that behavioral disorders. So I'm happy to see all of the investment of time and really, frankly, resources on both Pima County side as well as the city of Tucson. We on the mayor and council side have been really smart to put American Rescue Plan dollars to our Housing First program, as well as investments with, of course, public safety issues, and the hiring of Amaris Vasquez to be our multi-agency resource coordinator is something that we've done and invested in. So with that, Tim, I don't know if you wanted to invite our presenters this afternoon. And before we move on with our City of Tucson presenters, I don't know if your time is constrained, both John and Steve. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mary. Yes, I'd like to turn it over to Police Chief Kasmer.
We're co-presenting, so if it's okay, Sarah, my colleague Sarah's going to start, and then I'm going to.
I drew the short straw.
We paper, rock, scissors.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to present today. You have a memo full of a lot of stats, so I just want to start with a couple of success stories and do a quick overview on some of the information provided to you. I want to just try to give you a feel for some of the work that the community safety team is involved in. And, as it relates to our homeless protocol work, we see a lot of good work coming out of that you don't always hear about. So one of our care coordinators, Kristen Woodall, on a recent homeless protocol assessment, met a couple who were living in a tent because they fell through the cracks with rapid rehousing. And the care coordinator was able to offer outreach and assisted them to do a VI SPDAT that day with Sullivan Jackson, our partners from Pima County. And she coordinated a time for them to get their IDs so that they could replace their SNAP card and have reliable access to food. When they met to get IDs, there were 2 other campers who were present that also came and were able to obtain their IDs as well. And within 2 weeks, the couple became eligible for Section 8 vouchers. This was thanks in no small part to strong collaboration with our Housing First program partners. And they were, able to continue working with Kristen to obtain Social Security cards and birth certificates so that they can move forward with their vouchers. That's a small little snapshot, but meaningful. I also would just draw your attention to, the many folks who we work with who are housing insecure but are not unsheltered. And a ward office connected our program, specifically Noah Garapi, one of our team members, to a 4th grade teacher and her adult daughter who were struggling to find Section 8 housing while they were in shelter. And the care coordinator was able to help them find a townhome in a location that really met their needs. And remarkably, this home even had a built-in shower seat, which was going to assist the mother as she was recovering from a hip replacement surgery. The care coordinator was able to help the mother also access a donated computer so that she was able to work from home, tutoring as she awaited her recovery and ability to get back into the classroom. During this time, the adult daughter was also able to gain full-time employment. And so, this small little interaction, right, helped to get a household out of shelter into stable housing. They're continuing to do well. And so, I know I love to talk stats, but it's also, I think, really important that we ground some of what we're doing right in the daily lived experience of Tucsonans. So I just wanted to share that with you. I do want to hit on a few of the high points from the memo, and that covers some of the outcomes coming from the Community Safety Care Coordinator team. I do want to just highlight for Mayor and Council that the memo and that data extends beyond the homeless protocol efforts. So while my team does a lot of work around encampment assessments and outreach and monitoring, they also have a smaller pool of folks who agree to have kind of ongoing navigation support from them. Not everyone needs that kind of assistance, but those that do, we see are very successful with it. And so what that means is essentially that they provide, they consent to allow our team to have conversations with other service providers on their behalf or along with them. So just to clarify that. In total, we are finding that the individuals that the care coordinators are working with, about 40% are coming from frequent calls into the 911 call center, and or through direct outreach out in the community. Another 22% are coming from our Housing First program and TPD's mental health support team. We find overwhelmingly that the majority of service needs are related to housing insecurity or homelessness and behavioral health needs. And we have seen success responding to those housing needs. We have been able to either house or retain long-term shelter or housing for 34 individuals. We have an additional 54 individuals who are in progress of finding housing or avoiding eviction. We have also been able to prepare 15 individuals for permanent housing by supporting them to get IDs or birth certificates. And we've been successful in either completing or coordinating the completion of VI SPDATs for 32 individuals who were currently unsheltered. We're also seeing a positive reduction in 911 high utilization. And so the 911 high utilizers who consent to work with a care coordinator reduce their 911 calls by 100%. And decrease in calls dispatched to TPD follows that. So what we've seen is that through the work that we've been able to do so far, we've reduced 1,112 911 calls, 3,579 minutes of 911 call taker time. We've eliminated 31 TFD responses and 56 TPD responses. And we really believe that we're going to be in a position to fine-tune this response as working with our public safety departments, we're able to move more of those lower acuity calls coming into the 911 center over to the community safety team. We do find, and thank you, Madam Mayor, for mentioning the behavioral health needs and substance use challenges in the community. We find generally that 29% of the individuals that we're working with actually have multiple behavioral health needs. And we are also finding a marked improvement in behavioral health following folks working with the Community Safety Health and Wellness Program. So through tracking anxiety and depression levels before and after working with our team, we see that severe depression is eliminated and moderately severe depression is reduced by 63%. And we attribute this really to increased access to long-term behavioral health supports, getting back connected with behavioral health providers, as well as the positive effect that advocacy and trauma-informed support can provide. Additionally, we find that as those behavioral health needs begin to be addressed, that improvements are made in the overall well-being of the individual. And in total, we're seeing significant improvements in the health and wellness of individuals engaged with a community safety care coordinator. And we're beginning to see how these efforts are assisting to put the right work in the right hands and provide some critical supports to our public safety partners. So with that, I will hand it over to Chief Kazmar. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing us a few moments in a busy schedule for you to provide some updates. On top of our Pima County partners and program partners here, and we've done a good job of outlining some of our efforts since we last spoke with you. So what does that translate in for the Tucson Police Department? So our Community Outreach Response Engagement Core, we love our acronyms at TPD, is traditionally what we've referred to our our CERT and our HOT teams. And the reason we're transitioning to CORE is we're starting the process through your investment in community safety, health, and wellness, and really taking a secondary role in supporting our alternative response resources that are going out there and supporting the work, which means TPD doesn't have to be present at things that were traditionally, years ago, TPD's primary responsibility or our partners over at the Tucson Fire Department out in the field. And what that's translated into is through the tiering of our camps and prioritizing what camps need to be cleaned up, how they're cleaned up, and who needs to be present at those. That's allowed our Tucson Police Department team members, not just our core members, but our patrol members, to be engaged only in Tier 3 camps when necessary, because they're now not going to all of those cleanups. And what does that translate into? More time to do other things. There's plenty of work out there in the community that require a gun and a badge. There's also folks that are in crisis, a mental health crisis, and sometimes the field clinicians aren't safely able to go out to folks in crisis, and these other team members are able to go out there with some of the work that's being freed up, and that's an important benefit I wanted to highlight today. I want to talk a little bit about some surveying that our core team members did in January. And one of the things that we all hear about is, our unsheltered population, are they from Tucson? And in our conversations in January alone, in interviewing folks in just about all of the divisions, with the exception of the east side, which we haven't been able to get out to just quite yet, 68% of those of the community that we're talking to that are facing significant challenges in their lives, 68% of them have lived in Tucson for 6 years or more. And out of that group, 39% acknowledged that they were struggling with a substance misuse disorder, and 75% of those folks indicated they were struggling with fentanyl use. And 26% of those individuals were directly correlating that to a job loss. What that translates into with fentanyl, and that's something I've been talking to publicly about my entire time as chief, has even changed in the almost year and a half that I've now been here as the chief of police. In my time, in that short time, we've seen the prices of fentanyl drop almost 50%. So it's now under $1 a pill. And that what that translates into is what that means is it's more accessible and it's more spread throughout our community. In a recent conversation that I had with our partners at DEA, I was told that 50% of the fentanyl in this country was seized in the state of Arizona last year alone. What that means is it's accessible, it's close, it's easy to drop it off as it's traveling to other parts of the country. And why that's important is there's no, one of the things that we've talked about, we'll continue to talk about, there's no one program or one department or one resource that can solve this problem, or the city of Tucson or the Pima County, right? It's this collective effort of coming up with strategies and evaluating consistently how those strategies are working, and we'll make more investments where we're seeing success, and we'll pull back resources where this community is not responding to the treatment that we're giving it. Because the reason that's so important is, fentanyl is the drug that we're talking about today, but that's going to be replaced. And we're already seeing signs of that, where the cartels are infusing some of the other drugs of cocaine and methamphetamine and other drugs with fentanyl. And they're doing that because it's cheap and it's a chemical based, and they don't have to grow crops to do it. And it's much stronger in potency. What we're seeing right now is 6 out of 10 pills in this country that are being seized contain lethal amounts of fentanyl use, and that's why we're seeing poly drug use. So last year alone, we again saw an increase of overdoses in Pima County as a region. We had 498 overdose deaths in this region alone. 70% of those were related to fentanyl, but a lot of those users were poly users. So they're using the fentanyl to come down, and they're using the methamphetamine to come back up. So why don't we find more methamphetamine on folks when we're doing that proactive enforcement work, which is something I'm going to talk about here more in depth. Because it's not as affordable. So when they get it, they use it. And it's not unusual for us to find 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 pills in most of the folks that are struggling with their substance misuse disorder. Because when they're buying them, they're cheap. They're getting them at bulk. The more they buy, the cheaper they are. One of the challenges that we've really been facing as trying to be good partners and thoughtful partners in deploying evidence-based strategies is as we've invested proactive resources to help folks deal with their substance misuse disorder or find shelter or get a roof over their head so they can start the journey of recovery, is there's also a responsibility for the police department to enforce the lower level crimes that we're all getting emails on every day, all wards, the mayor, myself, the city manager, county leadership. It's how do we address the loitering, the trespassing, the shoplifting, the aggressive panhandling. So one of the things that I spoke about at the Board of Supervisors this morning is area restrictions are coming back. We've used those pre-COVID, but we've tried to take a more comprehensive, collaborative effort to work with our pretrial service partners and our court partners over at Pima County and coming up with. So what we've come up with is effectively 1 to 3 blocks. It's about the size of a football field or a couple football fields, but a 1 block radius is what we've agreed upon. And why that's going to be a really powerful tool is really what this is about is, disrupting problematic behavior and creating some level of discomfort and encouraging folks to seek treatment. I want to be really clear. I was clear this morning at the Board of Supervisors. I'll be clear again today. Last year, Tucson Police Department effected over 3,000 narcotics arrests and over 250 deflections. Human beings do not go into the Pima County Jail and come out sober. That's not how addiction works. To do it the right way, in the safe way, if somebody's is addicted to fentanyl, they need a co-treatment, which includes chemical-based treatment and intensive counseling. And again, we're having ongoing conversations throughout the community about the resources that the sheriff needs to be able to do some of those things. So then the question comes, well, why, Chief, are you arresting so many people? Arrest, arrest is a form of, in a way of addressing somebody's behavior if they're not ready for deflection, holding them accountable for open public use of narcotics, which is unacceptable in our community. And if they're not ready for that treatment, then the hope is that that arrest can then be leveraged into programs like STEPS. One of the challenges that we're seeing, and I've presented on what the STEPS program is, but I'll just remind everybody, it's a pre-indictment diversion program, supportive treatment and engagement program. We've overwhelmed the system. We've been so aggressive, and I'm so proud of the officers out there that are doing the work every day and every night, who are being responsive to community complaints about some of the challenges associated to the unsheltered population, is they're going out there and doing the work. But the problem is there's other parts of the system that have to be scaled to be able to accept that work. Pretrial services has to be scaled to be able to accept that work. Booking has to be scaled to accept that work. We're actually helping with our CSOs to make sure that the sheriff has been great to work with, that my staff doesn't sit in booking for 4 hours, because that's problematic for a lot of different reasons. But it goes beyond that. We have to look at the public defender's office. We have to look at the Pima County Attorney's Office staffing. We have been seeing a trend in the first few months of the year of the lower level possession cases being dismissed in initial appearances, and it's just a scaling. It's a matter of resources in the STEPS program being able to have the capacity. We saw significant, almost doubling of the STEP participants, so I'm a big fan. I'd like to continue to see, to work with our county partners in the Pima County Attorney's Office. Laura and I talk frequently to continue to scale those programs because it's important. It's important that our goal here, collective goal, is not to fill jails, but to create that discomfort so folks will go into treatment. And understanding through that treatment process, people are going to have missteps. And so designing a program that has a continuum of accountability is equally important. This year alone, we're at 846 narcotics arrests. 780 of those have been possession and 59 deflections. We can't arrest our way out of this problem. I really want to call to action for all of us as community leaders and our bodies of government: education, 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 and youth engagement. We are actively treating the symptoms of a lot of challenges. Before any of us held these leadership positions, where family circles and the original wraparound service provider, your family, that system has collapsed, and now we're asking government to solve these problems. And it really boils down to recognizing we've got to go back far enough to start creating different systems that create different outcomes, so we don't continue creating additional adults who are going to be having these same challenges. So I'll close with, as Sarah did a good job of articulating as well, this isn't really, when we're talking about the unsheltered population, it's no longer just about folks in mental health crisis who are dealing with a substance misuse disorder. Housing is expensive. Folks are living out of their cars and trying to raise kids and work 3 jobs. So this problem has only gotten more complex. I applaud your steadfast support of each other and your partnership with the Pima County leadership to really tackle some challenging problems. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Sarah, so much for the input. I just want to open it up for my colleagues on the council if there are any questions. Councilmember Cunningham, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Few things. Congratulations on the steps we've done, and it's been a really intense process over the last 6 months. I've met with some of you individually multiple times, and some of you on the phone. I remember at the beginning of the year of last year of 22, talking about pretrial services. And it isn't the fault of pretrial services. I mean, they got, that wasn't what they were set up to do. Dennis DeConcini's office in the 1970s set up pretrial services. It was written through a grant sponsored by my grandmother, and the grant was written by my Uncle Horace, who passed away during COVID. So that was one of the things I took a lot of interest in, was how can we retool pretrial to address this issue? Before pretrial was set up for keeping folks who are holding down a job out of jail. That was really that was the goal. That was it. It was really simple. It has a totally new mission now. And we're going to continue to find creative ways to thread that needle. The first piece is with this modular setup outside, that's really going to help us getting some folks to voluntarily engage services. But at the end of the day, none of us are interested, as the chief just said, arresting our way out of the problem. We potentially, it's even worse than that. Potentially, we could arrest our way into more problems, all right? Considering some of the incidents we've had in the jail over the last 2 years. And I know that everybody's working hard on that too, but I'm just telling you, the more and more we drop the hammer, the more and more we're playing with fire, right? So I push back a little bit on the voluntary piece and see if there's a medium. See if there's a voluntoldy piece we can look for with regard to kind of immediate diversion and on-the-spot diversion and some things. A couple of things that we're working on through my office that people have brought up. One is, we've talked to some faith-based community members, and some of these congregations would like to adopt a family. And it would be public-private, it would be nonprofit-private, it would be secular. I mean, there's no conditions to find chapel to get these benefits. But there were some pastors we met with this week who said there's a community piece here that we'd like to look at. As simple as gathering clothes and supplies for folks to something as advanced as for the congregations that are overparked, they set up a mini camping thing with travel trailers or fifth wheels or whatever. I think that's something that can happen a little more organically. It doesn't involve a lot of us, but if we want to start kickstarting it, I think that could be cool. The other piece is when we do warrant someone, I'm kind of thinking to myself, all right, so we do this initial appearance, they go to the IA, they get released, they don't show up, they get another warrant. And I'd love to see if we can break that cycle in the IAs. I know this is more a judiciary question, but it's a judiciary question that we can push with our PJ and our IA judge, which is the city judge. The two of them might be able to come up with an idea of, hey, let's expedite your case right here in this 2 hours. You cannot plea. The CA can divert it, and we've talked about this before, but I wanted to talk about it today. One of the pieces, I think that the community, this is for the community right now, not everybody wants to get off drugs, and especially not everybody wants to get off drugs every day. I think everybody has a moment of clarity while they're going through the cycle of addiction, and they have that couple hours where they're like, oh man, I got to get it together. But a few hours go by, they probably want to get high again. And so it's really important that if you see somebody in that moment of clarity, that's when you've got to engage. It's so important. The moment of clarity is, like, in my opinion, one of the biggest pieces that evades all of us in this crisis. We've talked a lot about sanctioned camping and things like that. It seems the experiment in Phoenix hasn't gone very well. I know that there are examples where it can, but I'm going to push back a little bit on it. It seems to me in some of the camps that we're visiting that it's fluid. So you'll have a stable camp that's clean and it's good, and you're like, okay, this is tolerable. All right, you still have neighbors that are upset and things of those other nature, but the problem is if someone else joins that camp, in the next 2 or 3 days that is undertaking the various things, criminal things, that camp's safety is ruined. It can be ruined by one person. And so that's one of the things that I think is missing with the discussion about camping and like how it's a fluid situation. It's good that we can have a stable camp if we can, but they're kind of unicorny if you really think about it. Sometimes they don't last that long. I just want to applaud the housing folks. They're doing such a tremendous job, and I'm so proud of all the work they're doing. I can't believe how well we're doing. We talked about the booking and the initial appearances. And finally, the last thing, and I'm going to bring this up during the budget, is we have a homeless work program in Tucson where we have a van that goes out and helps people. And I think a lot of this, part of this recovery and part of this piece is the threat of complacency. And I'd like to propose, or I plan to propose for this budget, that we aggressively expand that work program to have one that works out of one of our shelters, to have one that even coordinates with the ward offices for park cleanup, side of the road cleanup, even homeless camp cleanup. So those are some pieces that I'm working on. That's my input, but I really want to thank all 4 of you for the work you're doing, because I'm telling you right now, every other city in America is in this crisis. Everybody's doing it, and it's pretty special for 2 reasons. One, I think we're leading the way. We're doing it right. We're doing it with compassion and trying to hold that balance and thread that needle. But the other thing is the collaboration that we're getting with the city and the county is of championship proportions. And that's this is what government should be doing. It's amazing to see you guys here. So that's my input. Thank you for
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of quick questions, but first, a tremendous amount of gratitude and appreciation for all of your work, all of our departments, everything the county's doing. The last time we measured, 30% of the calls into Ward 3 have to deal with homelessness and the unsheltered. And we have new protocols, we have new services, and things are getting better. It's not there yet. Response rate, as you know, you're overwhelmed and maybe need more resources. But thank you for doing it. It is getting better. At least our response is getting better. Is homelessness getting better? That's my question. The Tucson collaboration did a count. Does anybody know when we're going to get the results of that count?
So we can definitely get a firmer response, but generally our partners at Zero are working with the data and analyzing it, and usually we don't have results back until the following summer, so that would be in a few months. Does that sound right? Okay. May. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. And a quick question, Tim, did I hear you correctly that there's a dashboard of our working together? Or were you talking about a different dashboard?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's the homeless protocol dashboard.
Oh, okay. Got it. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My understanding is we're going to be doing these updates monthly. Is that correct?
We have been doing it monthly since last year, I believe, since last year, September.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I think it'd be helpful too as part of this conversation. We're working with Sonoran Prevention Works to do a presentation to Mayor and Council about what they're seeing with fentanyl addiction out in the community. So I think that would be helpful just to kind of give us a more holistic perspective of what some of the challenges are out there. So I'm just putting that out there, and we'll work on that. I just wanted to bring up that that the encampment dashboard is getting a lot of use, and we're still getting calls about the encampment protocol, and our constituents still seem to be a little confused about the tier system. So is there any additional outreach materials that further explain the harm assessment tool for residents and business owners that we can share out? I, with that, want to congratulate the team on reducing the response from 11 days down, the response to 11 days down from 3 weeks. And then I know that we were doing outreach at transit centers in partnership with the county health department. Curious how that's been going, any lessons learned. I know that I recently talked to the city manager about asking Suntran drivers, our buses, to carry Narcan. I know we just had 2 tragedies last week of having a passenger and a custodial worker overdose. And so I just want to make sure that we're, covering our bases. And yeah, I'll kind of leave it there for now.
Thank you, Council Member. I do see Amaris Vasquez walking up to the mic. Maybe could answer some of these questions. Amaris?
Sure. So with the encampment dashboard, we are trying to get that information out as much as we can. Met yesterday with PDSD, and they're going to be doing some pop-ups for the QR codes so that they can, get out where people can report the encampments and, report graffiti or shopping carts that are left on the side of the road. And then Sarah's team is also doing outreach. Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Care Coordinators are out doing outreach at the transit centers with the Narcan and any other services that they can offer. But we are welcoming ideas on how else we can get the encampment protocol reporting out.
I do see Tim's finger on the mic. So go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. And the one thing I would add to that, and it's in the report, is the business resource guide that was produced, and the business navigators are actively out in the community sharing that business resource guide.
Council Member Dahl.
Quick follow-up on the dashboard. It's not public yet. Is there plans for it to be public?
Sorry. Yes. So what we're trying to do is figure out what data the public would want to see without creating any hazardous conditions for any of our encampment residents or community. And we're working with various cities that have one that's public already. And what we'd also like to do is we've reached out to every ward and talked to your members about having a liaison that has access to the working dashboard. So they'll have updated info to be transparent to any of the constituent requests that they may have.
I think we already have one. Isn't that correct?
You have one. It's a little delayed. It's not, it'll be like, as soon as the encampment coordinator puts something on, then you'll be able to see that progress.
So a timeline for it becoming public, I guess?
I guess. May.
Say May.
Now, I'll work really hard to make that happen through IT.
Council Member Santa Cruz, I just wanted to check in on you. Did you have any further questions?
No, the other one was just figuring out at the transit centers, the outreach, if anybody can speak to that and any lessons learned.
Yeah, we have Chief Casmar with a response.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'll start, and then I think Sarah's going to jump in. I just, a little bit of perspective, all of our officers continue to carry naloxone, Narcan, just different brands, same resource. We had over 200 of those deployments last year. We continue that. If you have a family member or someone in our community is using fentanyl, it's not a matter of if you're going to overdose, it's when. So our strategy is when we meet with folks, whether they're committing a crime or just our interactions, we hand that out. We have supplies with that at the Tucson Police Department. We are doing proactive work. When we have an overdose call, and we deploy Narcan and we bring someone back within 24 hours. We try to get one of our CERT officers. It's a co-response model with a team built with Kodak out there to really to capitalize, just like Councilmember Cunningham was talking about, that moment of clarity where someone might be willing to get help. So we're going to continue to do that. Our core team has been very proactive with a little bit of our more available time from our partners at Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, and have been prioritizing transit stops, visits. And so it really goes back to just some of the conversation I had at the beginning of the presentation, that it's just folks that are battling this addiction, and it's a stronger opiate that they're addicted to than we've ever seen before. So with that, Sarah.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz, thank you for the question. So I have team members who have been joining with Pima County Health Department, outreach workers, and providing information around overdose prevention at the transit centers, as well as distributing Narcan at the 3 transit centers. And so that's been occurring since late fall. We are working strategically with the health department to identify a number of areas where we see both high rates of calls for service related to overdose, and then also fatal overdoses, right? So those are 2 different data points, but very important to kind of keep in mind. And looking to identify ways that we might be able to provide Narcan dispensers and other tools to, first of all, ideally reduce the need for an emergency response, and critically and most importantly, to be able to save a life and provide the harm prevention tools that are needed in the moment. I'm happy to discuss this further with you offline, and we can talk about some of those specific locations that we're looking at. The transit centers are included there, and there are some other city-owned properties that make sense based on what the data tells us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I just wanted to bring in the element of Pima County Health Department, because I know Pima County Health Department is doing a lot of work on this issue, and the Board of Supervisors is getting ready to budget for additional Narcan use. And so would you like to expand, Jen, because I know, or Steve, because I know that this particular component is important, and we really rely on Pima County Health Department a lot on it.
Thank you, thank you. And Mayor Romero, we have, currently, we were just looking today, about 1,200 cans of Narcan available. It's getting to be something that's harder to come by, but we do have some. We get regular allocations. I think TPD it does as well as the Sheriff's Department. What we have been looking at is how we deploy the opioid settlement dollars, and that the Board of Health has been, we have charged the Board of Health with making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors about the appropriate use of those dollars. The first tranche of that will go before the board on April 4th, looking for about $200,000 allocation simply into Narcan at this point, that gets distributed again through our law enforcement partners, the community, libraries, schools.
Thank you so much. And again, I just want to highlight that the work that we have been doing for the last 2.5, 3 years, focused on making sure that we keep people in their homes, right, with the American Rescue Plan dollars, CARES funds, that both the city and the county worked on together for emergency, emergency ERAP, emergency rental assistance program that was put out into the community to help them not get evicted. It was incredible work recognized by the Biden administration throughout the country, how fast we worked in partnership with Pima County by creating the community safety, health, and wellness program so that our care coordinators and that program could be a help to both 911, our police department, and our fire department, so that we could put the right work in the right hands. It is working. And then, of course, continuing with Mayor and Council's investment in purchasing vacant hotels so that we could do immediate housing first response to our unsheltered homeless, and then wrap around those services that the numbers seem to be showing that are working. Lots of more work to do. This work is complex. And yes, I agree with you, Chief, that we have been responding to the effects of root causes. We need to also work on root causes of what's happening in terms of poverty and homelessness and behavioral health issues that we need to respond to. But I really am feeling very hopeful. I too have been meeting with the chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. We are working fast and furiously with our congressional delegation as partners to look at these issues as a responsibility that we all, every layer of government, shares. So appreciate the incredible work that is being done so far. We have to move from this item. I'm going to start talking numbers in terms of our budget, but I really appreciate you all for being here. And again, this is an action plan, the action plan that was put together by this task force. It's an action plan, and our business protocol tool and our reporting tool is available for you all, the Board of Supervisors, their constituents, and anyone in the community. So I've asked that we share all material, including these memos and communications to Mayor and Council, with the Board of Supervisors. And thank you all so much. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to additional partnership.
4-minute recess? 4-minute recess?
Sure. 4-minute recess, and then we'll come back in a minute. We're moving on to item 5. Time has been set aside to provide mayor and council an opportunity to discuss the recommendations from PAG Management Committee and the RTA Technical Management Committee and the upcoming PAG RTA Board agenda. We'll start with Deputy City Manager Tim Tamir and then move on to Sam Credio.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Just want to emphasize a few key points before I turn it over to Director Credio. First and foremost is that this ongoing conversation, clearly being led by the strong direction of Mayor and Council, has given really strong guidance to city staff in working with PAG and the RTA, and also the reiterating and reinforcing council's guidance to the mayor as she engages with the board. Some of the key highlights of things that are active right now are the conversation around First Avenue and the future of that project. Just to be absolutely crystal clear, the city has been accurate and intentional about advancing the 4-lane cross-section. That is not a mistake. That is based on extensive outreach with the public, including folks in the unincorporated areas, including outreach to Pima County Flood Control District and other partners. And Mayor and Council have already made their voice crystal clear on what the outcome we're seeking with regard to First Avenue, and we will continue to carry that message forward to PAG and the RTA. Further, the development of RTA Next, Mayor and Council have also been very clear that the Move Tucson framework and all of the voices of Tucsonans that were invested in developing that should have meaning, and that the categories of Move Tucson are what should be reflected in significant elements of RTA Next. It's been clear that Mayor and Council are committed to RTA Next, so long as the needs of Tucsonans are met, and more importantly, so that the voices of Tucsonans are clearly heard, clearly articulated, and honored in the process. That's been our marching orders, and we thank Mayor and Council for your clear guidance on that. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Director Credo to kind of give an update on where we're at and where we're headed.
Great. Thank you very much, Deputy City Manager Tamir, Mayor, members of the council. I do have just some brief items I want to touch on, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions. The PAG Management Committee RTA TMC meeting was held on March 8th. First up was the PAG Management Committee, and there was really 2 items of interest that I want to bring to your attention. The first is the development of the fiscal year 2024 through fiscal year 2028 Transportation Improvement Plan, the TIP development process. The current TIP was approved in May of 2021. It is federally required to be updated every 4 years, but previously it has been, we've been accustomed to annual or biannual updates. The current plan does not need to be updated until May 2025. It's worth pointing out that we have not yet fully programmed all RTA funds for fiscal years 24 through 26. Several of the projects currently listed in the draft project list continue to show significant gaps, funding gaps in the TIP. Furthermore, we have not received direction from the RTA board on how to program non-RTA funds beyond fiscal year 26. This item is included on the March 23rd PAG Regional Council agenda for discussion and direction. The second item that was discussed during the PAG Management Committee was the development of PAG's fiscal year 24 and 25 Overall Work Program, or OWP. PAG's OWP is a contract between PAG and ADOT that describes its planning priorities and activities. PAG staff has requested comments be submitted to PAG by the end of business, March 22nd, or tomorrow. The city's interested in this because there's a couple areas where we'd like to have a better understanding of how regional funds are used in 2 areas, pavement management and carbon reduction program. Both are elements of the overall work program. It is worth noting that during Management Committee, both Mr. Ortega as well as Mr. DeBonis from Pima County did express some concerns with PAG that they have not allowed the jurisdictional members of the Transportation Planning Committee to discuss these items at TPC. I personally have requested the item several times relative to pavement management, and those items have not been agendized, and therefore we haven't had an opportunity to discuss them. This item is included on the March 23rd PAG Regional Council agenda packet for information only. But it is worth noting that PAG does need to approve the OWP this year, so it's expected that an action item will be brought forth at the following meeting. Moving over to the RTA side, there was really 2 items of discussion there. RTA Next Plan Development. As Mr. Tamir already shared, the city manager did share with TMC that Mayor and Council took action to move forward with a Move Tucson framework for the development of the RTA Next plan. We also had in attendance RTA CAC Chair, Mr. Tom McGovern, to provide an update on the progress of the CAC. Mr. McGovern did express that the CAC is feeling unprepared to evaluate and recommend a funding distribution for each RTA Next plan element and sub-element. Furthermore, he has asked that the TMC continue to weigh in and provide input to the CAC regarding importance of the various plan elements. It's worth noting that neither the CAC or the CAC Transit Subcommittee have moved forward with any recommendations at this time. This item is included on the March 23rd RTA Board agenda for discussion and direction. And then lastly, also related to RTA Next, RTA staff provided an update that they will begin working with their consultant team on developing 15% planning level cost estimates for the draft RTA Next named project list. Other than the items I've already mentioned, there is one item on the RTA board agenda that's worth noting, and Tim touched on this already a little bit, is that item 6 is the approval of IGAs, and included on that item is the First Avenue IGA. There's a few things that we need to point out there. First is that RTA staff has included 2 First Avenue financial exhibits in the meeting packet. They've been structured their inclusion in such a way that only the IGA being presented for approval by the RTA board would be the one that advances both the 4 and 6 lane alternatives into the corridor planning process. The other financial exhibit included was approved by Mayor and Council at the March 7th consent agenda, and that specifies only advancing the enhanced 4-lane alternative for First Avenue. It's included in the packet, but it is prefaced with the following statement: for information only, not an attachment to the proposed IGA. And I just want to add that we have clearly communicated to RTA staff that the intent of that IGA was very clear. And as Tim mentioned, we've been very dedicated to moving forward the enhanced 4-lane alternative. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Credio. Any input from my council colleagues? I just want to make sure that I have clarity going into the meeting this Thursday. We're meeting on Thursday. I'm committed to finding solutions along with other jurisdictions to continue to build on the possibility of an RTA Next plan. But it is also important to make sure that the voices of Tucsonans and my colleagues on the council are well represented as we move forward with forming the possibility of an RTA Next plan. So with that, I'd like to have my colleagues ask any questions or give our input. Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Cunningham after her.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to kind of revisit, not officially, Mike Rankin, so don't worry about going out of order here, but the nitric acid spill and the need to widen those roads that we continue to talk about, Marianne, Cleveland, Colossal Cave, Harrison, and Irvington, because we knew it was a problem, just day-to-day traffic, but once that happened, all of that just got even more visible to us and to everyone else. So I just want to reaffirm the need for those 4 specific projects for Ward 4 for just everyday traffic in any sort of emergency situation.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much. I know that these weeks are always, a heavy lift for you, having a council meeting and then, having to be at this PAG RTA meeting. So I want to thank you for that, and I want to just, highlight the good work that's been done by the Citizens Advisory Committee and the Technical Management Committee, because I know both groups have done hard work to help shape the future of an RTA, despite frustrations. Ongoing frustrations as they shared with us. So I just wanted to acknowledge, all that work that's gone into this. I continue to, to support having, the Move Tucson plan, and that those are priorities and the frameworks for how we want to, really like our guiding principles and values for how we want to move people across the city. But then finally, I think it was brought to our attention that PAG has about $2.1 million in the carbon reduction program money, And so just curious if that's something that you can ask about, how that will be distributed to municipalities, and is there also a possibility of using some of those funds for our transit system? That's it.
Sam, would you be able to answer that question?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. So that's exactly what we're talking about, is that at the planning level, we would like to have conversations with our regional partners about how those dollars for the carbon reduction program are going to be spent. They are included in PAG's overall work program, and so we think that it's a value in having that discussion. We haven't been able to have that discussion either at TPC or at the environmental subcommittee as well. And so what we've done is, since PAG has requested that comments be submitted on the overall work program, we will focus in on some of those areas and ask for that clarity, and we do expect to submit those comments in time for the deadline. But we have not been able to have that conversation openly.
We haven't been able to have that conversation because the item hasn't been agendized.
That's correct, Mayor.
Who's in charge of putting those agendas together?
PAG staff is in charge of developing or putting the agendas together in concert with the chair and vice chair, which I'm currently the vice chair of the Transportation Planning Committee, and Ms. Catherine Skinner, the Pima County Director of Transportation, is the chair of the TPC.
And both the chair and the vice chair have requested this item.
That's correct, Mayor.
And this item has not been agendized, so you cannot have the conversation.
That's correct, Mayor.
How do we usually use that carbon reduction funds? These are funds that are coming from the federal government, correct?
Yes, Mayor, that's a great question. They are actually new funds, and it's a new program, and that's why we've asked to have the conversation so we can understand how they're going to be utilized in the system. The overall work program does outline some areas that PAG does plan to expend dollars on the carbon reduction program. And so again, that's where we're going to focus the bulk of our comments when we submit those to PAG staff.
Who's the person at PAG staff that works with this committee?
Mayor, there's actually a few staff members that are assigned to the Transportation Planning Committee. Let's see here. Jamie Brown in particular is one, but ultimately they all report to the executive director.
Who's Farhad?
Mr. Mogimi, that's correct.
Okay. And you said these funds were new funds coming in from the federal government. How is the PAG staff defining that this money would be used, because they're asking for input for the plan? How are they defining to use these funds if the planning committee hasn't given any input on it?
So Mayor, I'm going to take a look at the overall work program draft that's included in our material. It's also included in your material on Thursday. And here's a few areas that are noted in the OWP under the carbon reduction program heading. The areas include renew regional accessibility and mobility plan, accessibility and mobility plan, the RMAP, develop multimodal components, pedestrian and bicycle count program activities, PAG regional bike map update, regional active transportation report, bless you, interactive web-based carpool vanpool matching system, Sun Ride Share marketing efforts, Sun Ride Share commuter program, quarterly newsletter, and exploratory planning tool and its development report for uncertain future system and environment. But again, no specificity to what is included in those items.
So the planning committee has not had the opportunity to speak about how to use and how to funnel those funds, but the work program has a list of what the money can be used for. Are they defining? Are they putting dollars to these categories?
So Mayor, that's unclear. The items in the OWP are included in the TIP because they are funded through the TIP. And so again, that's how we do know that there's $2 million included for carbon reduction program. But in terms of being able to understand the specificity behind those programs, how that funding is going to be used, and really how it's going to benefit the region, again, we still have not been able to have those discussions.
Okay. Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you have any additional follow-up questions or any other comments?
That was it, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Cunningham?
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to put it on record today that some of my goals for PAG and the RTA have pivoted and shifted. One of the things I talked about significantly early on in the PAG process was the Maclavio-Barraza Parkway and tying it to golf links and having golf links be a seamless ability to traverse east to west. I still think we should do that, but it's not the RTA's responsibility per se. It's actually the state's. And I'd urge the RTA to partner with us to go to the state and take a look at the statutes that involve US State Route 210. Golf links used to be part of State Route 210. And not only that, it is adjacent to a federal government place. There's a federal right-of-way on the south side of that road. So for me, that's where we get our funding. We don't need to use RTA for that. And I think it is the right thing to do for the legislature. I think it is the responsibility. Those are potential ADOT dollars and US DOT dollars that we can capture for that project. One of the stipulations that I have now for the RTA is I'd like to see transit come east. We've talked about BRT possibly, or expanding the streetcar, or some type of extra modal. I want that modal to come out east to Colbert Pantano on Broadway. I think that's monumental in TDOT in the plan. All right. Probably most important is they have to deliver on 22nd on time in this RTA. They seem to say they're going to do that, but proof is in the pudding. And more importantly, the project that we're dropping on North Houghton, that goes first. Doesn't go second. All right. The last piece, and probably the piece that has been inspired by my colleague in Ward 6, thank you. I'm pivoting off of actual expansion in projects on Ward 2 as we take a look at some of the corridors that the RTA's already done and maybe augment some of the pedestrian bicycle pieces, but also get them repaved so that we're not burdened with all that maintenance. The bottom line is that it's great. I'm really glad they finished the Airman Bridge. It ended up not being a better project than we thought. We had some neighbors not liking it. It ended up being a nice little release valve on an unmanageable traffic situation. But it's going to be 10 years old by the time RTA runs back around, and I know we're going to have to repave it. So why don't we just have the RTA put it in? They repaved East Speedway. They expanded East Speedway from Pantano to Houghton, and that's managing the traffic load just fine. But I know we're going to have to resurface it, in phase 2 or 3. Same thing with East Broadway, which I fought for at this table, as you guys remember. It got done, it looks great, but in about 28, it's going to probably need to be repaved. So I'm thinking proactively. I remember I was at an event once that said that the city of Tucson doesn't think proactively, and that's hogwash. But I'm thinking proactively about the RTA so that we can have these arterials funded and we can continue to have quality roads all over the city. So pavement preservation, especially on corridors that were augmented by the previous RTA, is one of my biggest asks, and it will save them some money. They'll be happy to hear this. So that's my piece. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl, and then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Sam and Tim and Mike and everyone, for advocating for Tucson, for real transportation, and having to play through these silly little games that the PAG administration is throwing out there. It is outrageous that our IGA is for information only, and a fake IGA, which has the expansion of First Avenue, which we won't go for, right, is the agendaized item. I don't even like the word agendaized. It should be put on the agenda. And things that we want on the agenda should be put on the agenda. And it shouldn't be a staff function. It should be a chair function, and it should be a function of the entire committee. in our meetings, I get to say what I'd like on the agenda in the future, and eventually it comes up. I had one other point. Oh, the carbon stuff. We absolutely have to have a voice in that. We've done a year plus professional climate change plan. We have a sense of what's carbon. Come on, reprinting a map doesn't reduce carbon output. It's useful for bicyclists, but I could go out and create a map online at very little expense. I think PAG's going to spend a lot of money and tear down some trees to produce a map. So we have to have a voice, and I thank you for struggling to get that voice in there. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I was going to say that for a climate reduction, changing some bus shelter ads and putting out a newsletter is not, I mean, that's lame. Really, there's just nothing there. So to Paul's point, the pavement preservation program for arterials is absolutely something they ought to be doing. Ted Maxwell said to me months and months ago that, yeah, this is something we'll commit to for the streets that we the RTA did. But for them not even to have it recognized yet is just laughable. Again, why would we be supporting this process if they're not willing to do even the most basic preservation kinds of things that will, as Paul said, save them money in the long run. I want to just get this on the record in our material. It said under the RTA Next cost estimate update, staff are working with a consultant team to assist with updating the cost on RTA Next. And then it goes on to say, it was clarified that costs will be provided in the current year dollars, not inflated to the anticipated year of construction, but that inflationary adjustments will need to be provided at a later date. So this implies that RTA has finally agreed that funding will include inflation at the time of construction, so that's great. I'm glad to hear that. We had to extract that commitment over months and months of haggling, but it's nice to see it finally in writing in some of their own material. In the write-up that we have on the RTA Technical Management Committee meeting, under the RTA Next Development Plan, it indicates that Curtis Luke asked for clarification about how the public is being made aware of foregone projects when they transfer funds from the MPO to the RTA. That's a concern that he raised, and I think it's absolutely appropriate. He said the public may not understand the extent of the non-RTA dollars being used to supplement RTA projects. I think he makes a great point, and it's not just the public that's not aware of how much of the RTA is reliant on non-half-cent money, but we're not being given that information either. Early on, they were shifting money between categorical elements that say taking money from safety projects and putting them into named roadway projects, just to make the budgets balance. And there wasn't any public conversation about that. So the executive director is now saying that the RTA board has given him direction that the cost of the 4 deferred projects, the ones that we deferred, is, quotes, coming off the top. And it's reducing not only the named roadway elements, but all of the categorical elements. That's what Farhad's telling the RTA board. So that means that the allocations that we had in our Move Tucson are going to have to come down as a result of that. And so we need to get clarification on what he/they are doing with the costs associated with those 4 deferred projects. Is that changing the allocations that we've indicated are important to us for Move Tucson? So we need a report on the list of where non-RTA money is supplementing the RTA and what's happening to our allocations as well as a result of that, because it could change our entire conversation.
Any other comments or questions? I just want to make sure that I have clarity going into the meeting on Thursday. Got your questions and concerns. Absolutely, Mayor and Council voted on the enhanced 4-lane First Avenue project. We want to make sure that we move into Thursday's meeting requesting those funds, very clearly going into the enhanced 4-lane. We've asked Mr. Credio to present to the RTA board to talk about the reasons why we feel that the input from the stakeholders that live, work, and play in that community, including those that live outside the city of Tucson that used First Avenue, really the numbers and the facts will show that the enhanced four-lane is what we need. And then we also want to make sure that we move quickly on First Avenue and start building it as soon as we possibly can. And then the other thing is the move Tucson categories that Mayor and Council also give me direction on, that we take it to the RTA board and hopefully have a discussion of using those categories to move forward in discussions. As Mr. Credio said, the CAC has not given direction on the categories, so we still have the opportunity as a jurisdiction to come to the table to request that Move Tucson categories be considered. And Move Tucson categories has a category for maintenance, pavement preservation maintenance. And by the way, I don't want us to forget that in February of last year, the RTA board approved unanimously a motion put forward by Ted Maxwell that talked about pavement preservation and better representing the voice of Tucson voters, both on the TMC and the CAC. So anything else that I should be taking with me to the conversation for Thursday?
So you sit through, I'm using my words carefully, and Lane referenced it. I mean, you sit through those meetings and I'll just put it this way, the lack of transparency that we're going through, the fact that we have to even fight to get items on an agenda over not just once or twice, but over a course of years, literally years, to get items agendized for a conversation. I mean, the answer at the end of that conversation could be no, but we're not even allowed the conversation. And Again, I'm going to say, if they are serious about keeping us as real players in this thing, then let's quit with the game plan. The city of Tucson is the big dog leading that sled. And if they want to run off and, on their own, then knock yourselves out, guys. But this is exactly how to run the city of Tucson off into our own direction. And the lack of transparency is something that when the first RTA was elected, there was a lot of concern about among a certain group of people. They are fixing to revisit that entire conversation if they don't kind of clean up their whole act.
I will definitely take that message to my colleagues on the RTA board, and we're still here, and so we've done everything we possibly can to be good partners and good players in the region, but it really does get tiring to have to be dealing with games and lack of transparency in the whole process. And yes, we should have our committees be able to request an item, to be able to have a conversation and be able to have that agenda item included. So I will definitely have fun at the next meeting, and I will take your voices with me. We move on to the next item, if that's okay, if no one else has any questions. Item 8. Time has been set aside for a financial update on fiscal year 2022, 2023, and preliminary information on fiscal year 2023, 2024 general fund unrestricted budget. Mr. Tamir.
Thank you, Mayor, and honorable members of the council. This item is primarily an update on where we are in the current fiscal year. And just a couple of highlights. First of all, we remain in a fiscally stable condition. Mayor and Council's leadership over the last many years has resulted in a structurally balanced budget. And in fact, the opportunity to actually deploy some resources that have been accrued over many years to further invest in our community and our city needs and our infrastructure. FY 22-23, we have the continuation of many voter-approved initiatives, including Props 101 and 407, which are now very much in the mature project delivery stage. But also, not quite a year ago, the voters overwhelmingly approved Prop 411, which will provide significant resources into our roadway infrastructure. Coupled with that, in that investment plan, which is essentially deploying accrued dollars in the general fund, there's an $18 million per year investment in public safety and a $15 million per year investment in our collector roads. So these are all very, very significant things that are beginning to come to fruition, especially in the current fiscal year. And so the investment in Tucson and rebuilding Tucson continues. With that, very happy to have our Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, Anna Rosenberry, here, and our Business Services Director, Joyce Garland.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity tonight to bring you this information. As we go through the materials that you have in front of you, Ms. Garland is going to go over where we stand in the current year, or that FY 22-23 projected budget, and I will cover the preliminary information as we're preparing the upcoming budget.
And thank you, Mayor and Council. Normally, during the fiscal year, we have come to you every month and given you some updates. So I want to thank you for your patience as we worked through the implementation of the new Workday ERP system, because that has been challenging for all of us. So what you have in front of you and what was presented in the memorandum is really a very high level for fiscal year 23 and just some updates on how 24 is working. We will provide you the actual details on 23, what that looks like, but this is just the high levels information, especially since we have 3 revenues that make up 70% of our general fund: our own sales taxes, the state shared income taxes, and then the state shared sales tax. So we're on target. We're actually doing a little better than what we projected when we went into the 23 budget. As you know, we never know how we were going to flush out during the year. So we are doing right on target, I think a $9 million just in those 3 revenues increase. Of course, this isn't the full picture, remember that. We do have other revenues that aren't coming in as well, and we will be providing you that information. I do want to point out in the state shared sales taxes, we did have to refund $4 million of a mistake that occurred over the course of several years, and the state took the money from us at one time, instead of over the course of several years. Now, with our expenditures, we are under budget in our personnel, services, and supplies. Of course, as Mr. Ortega talked about at the retreat, vacancies are high. There is a lot of turnover that's occurring. So as quickly as we hire people, we're turning over people. So it's kind of a net. So we're seeing that ongoing here. Services and supplies are coming in. One of the places that we're seeing the surplus is actually in fuel, which is good. We actually thought that we would end up having to use our fuel contingency, and we won't have to do that in 23. So that was about $2.7 million. And then so far, we've only spent $3.1 million in the investment plan, but we are going to provide you with greater detail on that and show you actually what's been obligated at the next study session. And then we'll talk about the next investment plan for the following year. So what's not included in here, because other costs that we do pay out of those ongoing revenues, is the debt service, which is about $58 million. And then the investment monies that we give up to the transit system and the convention center.
I'm sorry, Joyce, you said that the investments in the transit and the convention and the debt service, but is that also, you also said there's some other, there's also some revenue sources that we're not including, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I think if you could give us next time we'll give you a full picture on how it looks. All right, one thing that came up during fiscal year '23 is our risk management fund. So mayor and council deemed that our public liability and our workers' compensation are actually in a trust, and that trust takes care of all of our costs for the claims for both workers' compensation and public liability. Well, a few things happened. One is we were mandated to pay the towards the cancer fund in the state. The insurance costs went up well over 20% where we put in, it went, and we're anticipating it to jump again. And then our claims are really high. So one of the things that we noticed as we were going through 23, we had a deficit of $5.5 million just for those two items, workers' comp and public liability. Well, the Industrial Commission of the state of Arizona says, thou must take care of that deficit as soon as you know there's a deficit. So we did put dollars into the trust to cover that deficit and to give us a little cushion as we go through that. Now, why is that important? If you don't take care of that deficit, you have to put a bond. You have to go for a bond. And that bond would have cost us $39 million. So hence, just operating transfer, putting cash back into that trust helps us to keep it going in a stronger position because there's no real reserve set up for it at the moment. And then just a few additional things that happened during the year, and I know that Mayor and Council are aware of this, is the great monies that we're getting from the federal government and the Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability Grant for the bridge. I think that's a great investment. We got the U.S. Department grant of $2 billion to reduce gun crime and other violence. And then, of course, Mayor and Council did approve a rate increase for both water and environmental services. And that the rate increases will be part of the city manager's recommended budget.
So as we've been leading into developing the upcoming budget, which we keep referring to and we'll be spending a lot of time talking about over the course of the next 2 months, we are developing a budget around continued projected increases in our primary sources of revenue. And this is based on trends that we've seen over the course of the last 10 to 12 months. So on average, that projection is looking like approximately 4% increase among the general fund revenue sources. A number of caveats on that projection that we'll be keeping an eye on. The state legislature is still in session, and tinkering could be happening there. We could, right? We also know that we will see changes in that state shared sales tax as a result of the flat income tax. The state's been informing us that more and more projections are coming our way towards the end of May. And so we'll continue to work on the estimates for the coming fiscal year as well as future fiscal years, the implications of that. And then, of course, all of our revenue estimates are dependent somewhat on the stability of the economy. We've been developing this budget around, again, trends that we've seen in the last 10 to 12 months. And we do not have a crystal ball. As everybody knows, the last 2 weeks especially have been turbulent and volatile in the financial markets. And there's questions about what impact that's going to have on the broader economy. So we continue to keep an eye on that issue, and we're prepared to make adjustments, whether it's on the revenue estimate side or frankly on the expense side, as well as we move forward with developing the budget. On that expenditure side, the expense side, we are developing this budget around a number of key assumptions. First is that assumption of employee wage changes. We're developing the budget with a 3% wage increase for all employees, plus an additional 2%, so a total of 5% for our commissioned police officers. It's really continuing to demonstrate our commitment to market wages at or above the market, as well as wanting to be an employer of choice in our community. We do expect to enter the coming fiscal year with significant vacancies. We've continued to talk about that issue. We had a good conversation about that with Mayor and Council at the retreat. Every department is continuing to devote time and energy to thinking through strategies to increase those staffing shortages, because they have an impact on the existing workforce, the remaining workforce, and the public as well. So just last week, we heard from all the departments as they evaluated their vacancies and proposed innovative changes to the way that we get work done, new approaches to hiring workers today, and we're looking forward to presenting some of that information to you as the budget comes forward. The focus does remain on shoring up our internal services, human resources, business services, IT, so that we can have that strong core to support the rest of the organization. As Joyce just mentioned, this budget is being developed with those increased costs for public liability and workers' compensation. It looks like that number is going to be 30% over the number that was budgeted last year. That continues to be a significant financial issue for us, as well as increased costs for public safety pension obligations. Public safety pensions are one of the larger costs within the general fund, and the required employer contribution continues to grow, and it's expected to grow for a few more years, even if nothing else changes, the way that system and funding that system works. And the general fund will need to cover more of those costs this year based on the performance of that of our Section 115 trust. So the budget that we're developing, you'll see increased expenditures within the general fund for public safety pensions.
Anna, did the trust we set up kind of mitigate some of those increases for us?
Councilmember Cunningham, it does not mitigate those increases. The increases are based on actuarial assumptions, which are the assumptions that they have on the life of the employee, the investment earnings they actually get. So it's based on other assumptions other than our trust. Now, the trust is cash set aside to pay public safety liabilities.
Right, so we're earning interest on that trust.
Okay. Actually, because it's a volatile time, our investment earnings are down.
And so are theirs.
And so, well, yes.
Already, one of the reasons why, I just want to follow up with that, one of the reasons why we set up a 115 is so that it could help our general fund with the investments that we're doing. So last information that I received was that the 115 trust was performing well, and that it would help us pay for the PSPRS liability that we have. Is that not performing the way that we were told it was performing?
It's not performing right now, Mayor, because of the volatility in the market.
Okay.
I mean, and that will be everywhere that has large sums of money invested in the market.
Okay.
So if I can, I think it's performing the way it was set up to perform. It's just that there were expectations of financial plan that was developed in the beginning, and given the time that we created the trust, we sold the bonds and funded the trust, was pretty immediately followed by both the downturn in the equity market and the bond market at the same time. And so the earnings that were projected in the beginning of the plan haven't been achieved, but it's still functioning. It's still a source of low interest rate borrowing that we were able to make at that time to help fund these pension obligations in the future.
All right,
Yeah,
let
and
me
I would also-
rephrase.
Hold on,
I'm
Councilmember
sorry,
Cunningham.
I started.
I just want to make sure that we have Anna finish her thought and sentence, and Joyce could add to that too.
Sure, and I just want to say that while if you're looking at it, it's unrealized gains and losses that are triggering it. So you are still earning interest, you are still earning dividends. It's that volatility when you go out, if you were to sell them right now,
Yes.
that you would realize losses or gains.
Okay.
So right now, it's just a market fluctuation. So if you're looking at it, it's the way the market has done it. The cash is there.
That's what I was saying. I was going to say that
Okay.
from a cash management standpoint, it has been mitigated. That's where I was going.
All righty, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, go ahead, Anna.
Okay. We're also building this budget around an estimated 8.9% increase in employee health care, in the employee health care program. And we've had other conversations with the ward offices, with labor groups, and we'll be having a continuing conversation with you on April 4th regarding the health insurance program. So our budget calendar and these conversations on the budget are shaping up. Specific to the budget itself, April 4th, as Joyce said, we'll be coming back with the investment plan. We'll come back with staffing information in a budget discussion. Again, that day, our study session also has a separate conversation on the health insurance program. And then on April 18th, you'll have the city manager's recommended budget presented with tentative adoption scheduled for the 23rd of May and June 6th for planned final adoption. And so just in conclusion to this conversation and from the memo materials, we're in a positive position in the current year. I think that's shown throughout the documents. Revenues are slightly exceeding our estimates and expenses are slightly lagging our current budget, and we'll have more of those details for you coming over the course of the next meetings. And all things holding, we expect to go into the coming fiscal year in a strong position, right? However, these broader economic concerns continue to be something that we're all paying attention to every single day, as I'm sure you are all as well. There seems to be volatility and fragility in the economy, and that's just not just for us in Tucson, it's across the country and around the world. So we'll keep monitoring these areas and bring forward a recommended budget for you that can address where we are in current time. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I just want to encourage my council colleagues, if you have any input or feedback or questions, I think that time is now. Before we do that, I would like to ask, back in 2020, 2021, 22, we had conversations about how we, help the community and listen to their input in our budgetary process. We had surveys that we put together back then and encouraged the community to give us their input through the process of the mayor and council putting the budget together. Is there any possibility of doing something similar and adding, some areas where either public hearing or where the community could come and add their voices to make sure that the priorities of the community are also heard?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, this is something that we can certainly discuss with the city manager about how to approach that and build on the work from the past.
I know that my colleague, Councilmember Santa Cruz, is doing a people's budget with her own funds within the Ward 1 Council office. It's called participatory budget. It's something that she has talked about. I don't know if she's going to include any comments during this process, but she really is bringing community into and to participate in budgeting within certain funds that she receives and that council colleagues and the mayor receive in our offices. So it would be wonderful to have some elements of participation from our community in terms of budgeting. Any questions from my colleagues? Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, great work to everybody on this. It seems like such a huge effort every single year to go through all of this. So just grateful we have all of your brilliant brains at the table. One of the things you said about the turnover is very concerning. I think we all knew it, but to see it manifested in these budget conversations is really real. So I know, Suzette, I want to encourage you to load up your budget with whatever you need to be successful. I know we can only increase wages so much because people work for people, and it's a culture thing. And of course, we focus on the benefits, we focus on the pay, but whatever we need to do to be a place where people want to work and want to stay here and grow and have professional development opportunities, we've got to put it all on the table this year to help stop the bleeding. So that's what I'm looking forward to supporting, that issue with our budget.
Councilmember Dahl.
Somewhat unrelated, what I'm hearing from the climate change community, and it may even be in the climate change plan, is a concern about where our investments are and whether they're in fossil fuel companies and whether we can decarbonize our investments. I know now is not the time to do it when we're going through budget, but I'm curious if you have an idea when we can start that discussion.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we will be coming back on April 18th with an initial study session on the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together. That assessment of our investment portfolio with respect to fossil fuels is a recommended action. We're in the process of determining when would we have the capacity to do that analysis, and then also that analysis would result in a conversation with council. So it's definitely on the radar, and we'll bring it to you as soon as we're able to give you accurate information.
Thank you.
Any others? Alrighty. Okay, then we'll move on to the next item. Thank you so much, really appreciate it. Thank you for the report. We're moving on to item 9, state and national legislation updates. We're welcoming Andrew Greenhill to the mic, really appreciate it. I just wanted to report on this particular item, and I'll mention it again during our regular meeting, but I was pleased to host U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas yesterday at my office at City Hall. I shared with him all the work that the City of Tucson, Pima County, Casalitas, DN, and other partners across the community and what they're doing. Tucson is well known as an immigrant welcoming community. We believe that seeking asylum is a human right. These values are strong and consistent here in Tucson. We will continue to work with the Department of Homeland Security, the Biden-Harris administration, to identify the funding that border communities need to take care of new arrivals, workers, families, and children who come through Tucson in a safe, orderly, and humane way. We will also continue to urge Congress to finally pass a fair and humane comprehensive immigration reform bill. And I also wanted to thank Secretary Mayorkas and his team and Governor Hobbs and her team for holding a roundtable discussion today at Casalitas with representatives from congressional offices and senators, as well as the county, other nonprofit organizations like the Florence Project, Southside Presbyterians, and others. I believe that we are in a position to have unprecedented support and cooperation with local, state, and federal governments. I just want to make sure that I thank all of the participants in this roundtable. I thank Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas for stopping here in Tucson, wanting to hear from me and other partners in the work that we're doing. He has been very clear, Secretary Mayorkas, has been very clear that Tucson really is a model on how we provide services and support. At the same time, I wanted to make sure that Secretary Mayorkas understands that this is work that our residents are committed to, but that we need Congress to do their job when it comes to passing a comprehensive immigration reform bill. And two, that we need to make sure that there is refund of the investments that we do as a city, but that there's also grants that are expanding capacity for our nonprofit partners to provide the services that asylum seekers and immigrants seek in our country. So with that, I'd like to open it up for Andrew to give us a report on what's happening up in Phoenix in the state legislature.
Great. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I do have a number of bills for your consideration today. They're on the handout that you have. There's one bill that I do want to mention because I think it follows well from our discussion at the last council meeting. And this is, again, in the area of housing, affordable housing, and the number of bills that have been introduced at the legislature. I know there have been a lot of media reports on those bills. We talked about one bill last time, Senate Bill 1117. That was a zoning preemption bill that the League of Cities and Towns and cities, including Tucson, opposed because it took away a lot of local authority and did not really advance the cause of affordable housing. Happy to report, as many of you know, that bill was defeated. The sponsor of that bill, Senator Kaiser, who comes from a district in North Phoenix, has now introduced a striker, a new bill that aims to maybe shave off some of the harder edges off 1117, but it still includes the heart of that bill, which includes some preemption, no design review, and still no real attention to affordable housing. That bill is on the list today. It's House Bill 2536. And similar to 1117, I would recommend opposition to that bill. I am hopeful. You may have heard also in the media that there is some effort by the league and some cities to try to respond with a better bill, one that addresses affordable housing, protects local control. I can tell you that Tucson, and again, based on the work that mayor and council have done, especially with the HAST plan, with the approval of the ADU ordinance, we do have a lot of examples that we are sharing with the state and other cities as ways that we can forward the cause of increasing the amount of affordable housing available to our residents. That bill isn't available yet, but we're hopeful to have something soon. But in the meantime, 2536 is on the list, and I do recommend opposition. I'm happy to answer any questions about any of the other bills on the list. And if there aren't any questions, again, I respectfully welcome a motion to support the recommendations on the list.
Andrew, I just have questions regarding some very divisive bills that are popping up in the state legislature. Are we also taking positions on, for example, the anti-drag show bills, the banning of certain books, et cetera? All of the, especially I would say, the possible initiatives really attacking the city of Tucson and our residents in terms of our charter. Are we active in taking position statements against those?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor and Council, Madam Mayor, absolutely. This mayor and council has already taken a number of positions that we work hard to advance at the legislature. So let me address some of the specifics that you've mentioned. First, on some of the anti-drag bills, again, we've brought those to mayor and council. I'd say in general, some of the specific bills I'd mention, SB 1026, This bans drag shows targeting minors, at least in the bill. It passed through the Senate on a party line vote, and it is headed to the House. Senate Bill 1028 bans what the bill calls adult cabaret shows and participation in such shows if it's in a location that anyone could reasonably believe could be viewed by a minor. That bill also passed at a party line vote with the Republicans all in support, all the Democrats opposed. That bill is also headed to the House. And then the last one I'll mention here, Senate Bill 1030, which would require that in local zoning ordinances, anywhere where there may be drag shows need to be in zones that are for adult-oriented businesses. That too passed in a party line vote. Again, these bills are clearly not they are meant to stigmatize and are, anti-LGBTQ bills. Again, Mayor and Council opposed them, and we have opposed them throughout the process. Again, we're hopeful to stop them in the legislature. But all these bills, if they are approved by the legislature, would go to the governor for the governor's consideration. As far as the charter bills are concerned, again, there's two bills that I talked about last time with you. There's SCR 1023, which would get rid of, or which would take out of the Arizona Constitution the ability of cities to establish city charters. That would impact 19 cities and towns across our state. That bill passed out of the House on a party line vote and is headed to the House. I believe it'll be heard in the House Government Committee tomorrow. SCR 1027 is the other resolution that we've spoken about here. That's one that would really only impact Tucson in the end. What it does is it would say that any city that has districts or wards, that city must only allow the people in said district or ward to vote in any election, whether it's primary, general, runoff, et cetera. Tucson is the only city that meets that criteria in our state. And again, we vehemently oppose that bill as well and continue to fight it every step of the way through the legislature.
Alrighty, well, that's, this conversation has been happening in terms of the hybrid system that the citizens of Tucson have voted for to keep before. I think that residents in Tucson should lead on any charter changes within our city. I actually encourage people to have that conversation, to put it on the ballot, and to have Tucsonans approve or deny those changes. But it is ridiculous and extreme to have Sedona and Buckeye choose how the citizens of Tucson run their elections. It is another way of controlling Tucson and its voters, and it runs counter to the theory of having the person that lives in a district be able to choose how the election is done, right? So it is okay for the entire state to choose for Tucsonans, but not okay for Tucsonans to choose for Tucsonans. Right. It doesn't make sense. And when it comes to anti-drag show bills at the state legislature, it just is incredible. The attack on our LGBTQ sisters and brothers, it is just such a divisive time in the state legislature, really not working on the issues that are affecting us, the bread and butter issues that Arizonans care for. And, I just wish that the state legislature would focus on the day-to-day issues that Arizonans care about, which is public education, funding, affordable housing, issues that are affecting our families, health insurance and access to it, et cetera. So Governor Hobbs has said that she would veto any bill that is anti-LGBTQ and discriminatory and hateful to other people. So I also, talking about Governor Hobbs, I wanted to really congratulate her for passing an executive order on race-based hair discrimination. I just want to note for the record that Councilwoman Lee brought that bill along with our vice mayor more than a year ago, I believe. And so Tucson, as always, has been leading on this issue, and I just wanted to congratulate the governor for taking executive action on this. So with that, I did see Councilmember Dahl's hand up, as well as the vice mayor's.
I just want to move that we accept the recommendations.
So there's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion on the recommendations? Hearing none, all those in favor of the recommendations, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Vice Mayor. Passes. Vice Mayor?
What's the status of the SCRs related to the ward only and the charter?
So, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, again, the SCR that goes after city charters that passed out of the Senate on a party line vote, and it went over to the House. It is scheduled for an agenda tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. at the House Government Committee, where we'll see if it is heard. We expect that it will, and we will be speaking against it. There has been some talk about that bill that they might try to constrain it, which is to say that originally, well, right now, again, there are 19 cities, and there's been some discussion about maybe just limiting the prohibition to cities over 500,000 in population. Of course, I'm not sure why it makes sense, why cities of larger sizes shouldn't have local control, but smaller should. So, but we'll be arguing whether they add that amendment or not. We'll be there. And then again, SCR 1027, which is the one that would impact City of Tucson elections. Again, that bill also passed the House on a party line vote. That bill was sent over to the House. It has not yet been scheduled for a committee hearing yet. It has been assigned to the Municipal Oversight and Elections Committee in the House, and so we're waiting to see if and when that bill might get placed on an agenda for a hearing.
Okay, and if both of those pass, or if either of those pass, they'd be on this November's election statewide?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor Kozaczek, they would go on the 2024 general election ballot, so the next statewide election.
Alrighty, without any further questions, then we move on to the next item. Thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate your work on this. We move on to item 10. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Dahl.
Mayor, I'd like to request that we consider item C separately.
Councilmember Dahl?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to request that we consider item F separately.
Excellent. Mr. Rankin?
Mayor, members of the council, just an announcement with respect to item B, as in boy, that's Parks Master Plan with respect to the Rio Vista Natural Resource Park. In the materials, it was mistakenly included the penultimate version of the plan instead of the final draft of the plan. The difference being that the version that was circulated in the materials includes showing an option for areas where it would be dog park use, but the final plan, based on the public input, was to remove the dog park uses. So just wanted to put that on the record that if you approve it tonight, the correct plan will be substituted and it will just make that one change and remove those dog park areas.
Otherwise, we'll be going to the dogs.
But excellent. And no others? Okay, we move on to item 11. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. The regular meeting begins, let me see, I would say at 5:40. Regular meeting begins at 5:40. The next study session will be Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. Thank you all and see you in a bit. roll call.
Mix Santa Cruz. Mix Santa Cruz.
I see her present. Okay, move on.
Mr. Cunningham.
Here.
Mr. Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Lee. Here. Mr. Fimbres.
Absent excused.
Mr. Kozaczek. Here. Mayor Romero.
Here.
And we should note for the record that Councilmember Santa Cruz is appearing electronically.
Okay, perfect. Invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation will be given by Rabbi Thomas Lockheim at Kol Ami Synagogue. And then after the invocation, I ask the public to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Taller one, please. Yes.
It's been 4 years, so. O great Creator, from whose breath we are granted spirit, by whose wisdom we learn discernment. We are grateful for the many blessings we have received as families, as a Tucson community, and as a nation. Forgive us when we have been narrow-minded and self-centered. Give us the vision to see the goodness that is around us each day. Open our eyes, open our ears, open our hearts to the needs of our brothers and sisters in the human family and to new possibilities that we have not yet even imagined. For our mayor, our city manager, and this council, help them remember that every day each individual who comes into your offices and your meetings are made in the divine image, and that the differences we see, the differences we create, the differences we think define us are really not who we are. May the dividing walls of our thoughts, words, and actions soon be broken down so that we see the world not as a binary choices, but choices that bestow gifts upon us all. And may those who enter your offices give you the respect and you the understanding for the hard work you are charged with accomplishing each and every day. There are many in our city who are struggling right now to survive, to support their families, and to succeed. Help us move on to a day when no one will go hungry, to a day when no one lives in fear, to a day when everyone can find a job that brings contentment and happiness home. Loving God, I pray a special blessing on this place, that you would raise up these women and these men, renew their faith, their hope, their love, and rekindle the passion that first called them to serve, and revive in them the vision of what can be beyond what merely is. Eternal God, we pray for strength, strength to persevere, strength to be patient, strength to forge ahead to benefit all who have faith in us. May God grant strength to you, and may God bless you with wholeness and well-being and peace. And let us all say, Amen.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 2C, I would like to proclaim the month of March 2023 as Women's History Month, honoring the celebration of women. Alrighty, proclamation of the City of Tucson Office of the Mayor. Whereas women play many roles in our families, workplaces, communities, and society, and whereas women's achievements include the well-known, visible, and extraordinary, but also include lesser-known, sometimes invisible and ordinary everyday contributions, and whereas countless women have fought tirelessly and courageously for equality, justice, and opportunity here in Tucson, across the United States, and around the world. And whereas our commitment to advancing rights and opportunities includes women of all races and ethnicities, transgender women, women of all ages and abilities, and all people who can become pregnant. Whereas spotlighting women's history is an opportunity to celebrate women's roles on the front lines and who have blazed new trails throughout history. And whereas commemorative months are also calls to action and reminders to persist. We must keep working towards equity, bodily autonomy, reproductive justice, freedom of expression, access to quality health care, and the opportunity to thrive for all women and girls. Now, therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim March 2023 as Women's History Month, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 21st day of March 2023. And if I may, I'd like to ask all women or those who identify as women to please stand up so that we can recognize you. Thank you all so much. Do you want to say something? Do you want to add to the conversation, please? Alrighty. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 72, dated March 21st, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
There is a motion and a second to approve the appointment of Andrea Gerlach to the Citizens Water Advisory Committee, Laura Summers to the Public Art and Community Design Committee, and Lorraine Obregon to the Veterans Affairs Committee. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. I would like to thank Ms. Andrea Gerlach, Ms. Laura Summers, and Ms. Lorraine Obregon for your willingness to serve our community and serve our cities in these important committees. Item 3.
Mayor and Council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 73, dated March 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current event of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? Alrighty, we'll start with Councilmember Cunningham.
I want to congratulate Aviva Children's Services and Easter Seals Blake Foundation for their successful All Abilities Day on Saturday in Armory Park. Chris from my staff was there to share in the festivities. I also stopped by. I hope that this, along with my Disability Pride Day that my office puts on, can continue as annual events for all people in Tucson, whether disabled or not. I'd like to announce that next year we're going to be doing wheelchair basketball at middle schools at 30 different middle schools next year as part of this effort. I also attended the Fort Lowell, the 150th anniversary of Fort Lowell. Fort Lowell's got a pretty amazing history. About 500 Tucsonans showed up. The foundation of the fort was in 1873. It closed in 1891. But I'd also like to announce the renovations to the Fort Lowell Museum, which will be completed in the spring. And thanks to some work and some collaboration with the Presidio group, we're going to be able to open up the Atkins property across the street so people can do tours of it. And this has been a long time coming, and I'm just excited it's getting done. It coincides with the restoration of the historical parade ground on the northern end of the park. So all the historical pieces to Fort Lowell Park are coming together. We're going to be having an open house to talk about all kinds of different community issues, including our unsheltered response on April 12th. At 5:30 at the Ward 2 office. The address is 7575 East Speedway. I'd also like to announce that coming this spring or summer, depending on how the timeline works, we'll be moving the Ward 2 office to Broadway and Pantano at the Center East Municipal Complex. And at that complex, we'll also restore the recycling center. So I'm excited to announce that that's coming. Finally, Team Up to Cleanup. That's going to happen this Friday at 10 a.m. to noon. We'll be cleaning a small wash on what is going to right behind the Center East office complex on the southwest corner of Broadway and Pantano. My staff will be there along with some collaborators from the U of A to do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a visual with mine. First announcement, the 24th Annual Egg Extravaganza. That's its name. Will be at Mansfield Park this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. If you have kids, it's a great fun. There's egg hunts for all ages from 2 and under up to 12. And there's also an adaptive egg hunt area. There are different times, so plan ahead. This Saturday, 10 to 1 at Mansfield Park. I'd like to invite anybody interested in environment, sustainability, or climate action to join us at the resurgence of our monthly green drinks, Thursday, March 30th at Moto Sonora Brewery from 5:30 on. And finally, I have another visual. Tomorrow, Tucson celebrates Transit Employee Appreciation Day, especially for bus drivers. So tomorrow, let's have a round of applause for the people who run our transit system in the buses, in the streetcar, and behind the scenes, all these people helping move people around. Thank you, Mayor. That's it from me.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Lee.
I have no props nor announcements, so I'll try to step it up next time. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kazatic, none there. I do have a couple that I'd like to announce. I want to recognize International Transgender Visibility Day, which is coming on March 31st. It is important to recognize and celebrate the transgender community. It's a day to honor the resilience of transgender individuals who have overcome significant obstacles in their lives. Transgender Visibility Day helps to raise awareness about the issues that transgender people face, including discrimination, violence, and marginalization. By promoting visibility and acceptance of the transgender community, we can help create a world that is more inclusive, diverse, and equitable. This day reminds us to continue fighting for the rights and protections of transgender people and to support their voices and experiences in all aspects of society. Ramadan, a holy month for our Muslim community, will begin on the evening of March 22nd. The month is observed by Muslims worldwide with fasting, prayer, reflection, offerings of charity, and community. It will culminate on April 21st. To Tucson's Muslim community, Ramadan Mubarak. Also, I'd like to congratulate Tucson veterans serving veterans who held their annual stand down on March 15th and 16th at the Grand Lux Hotel. It was a successful two-day event helping veterans and homeless veterans with services, career opportunities, and other assistance. It was a great day to have city departments, law enforcement, judicial, and other government entities and businesses support this event and effort. I also want to congratulate the Arizona Cesar Chavez Holiday Coalition on their successful march and celebration of the work and legacy of Cesar Chavez. I also want to thank Mayor and Council for their vote in creating a holiday to honor Cesar Chavez. I'd also like to congratulate the city's most recent graduating class of police officers who recently had their commencement ceremony at the Leo Rich Theater. I was glad to have presented each of them with the Ward 5 Medallion of Hope and the Ward 5 First Responder coin to welcome them. May you all have a great and safe career with TPD in the city of Tucson. And then finally, on Saturday, April 8th, the Quincy Douglas Neighborhood Center is having its extravaganza There you go. Where's the prop? For more information, call 520, that's the extravaganza, 791-2507. Thank you all so much, and we move on. Councilmember Santa Cruz, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think I want to second what Councilmember Dahl said about thanking our bus drivers. Tomorrow is an appreciation day for them. So thank you for bringing that forward. I want to thank Barrio Kroger Lane, specifically neighbors, specifically Josefina, who welcomed about 50 riders with Menudo this past Sunday. And so Fuga had a Cicleteada de las Niñas, Ride to Verdugo Park. And it was just a beautiful celebration to have neighbors want, to welcome and host us. Again, inviting everybody to join us on our second Sunday BC's and Burro Ride with Fuga. We also had a Menlo Park cleanup this past weekend. So we want to thank, the Menlo Park Neighborhood Association in partnership with Tucson Clean and Beautiful for being proactive and organizing monthly cleanups. And so they're meeting every third Sunday of the month at 9 a.m. For their neighborhood cleanup. Let's see, this, I guess tomorrow, March 22nd, we're having a neighborhood services teach-in at the Ward 1 office at 5:30. The neighborhood services teach-in is to learn about the benefits and services offered through the city to registered neighborhood associations and groups. So folks are welcome to join us. We're also having our monthly bike check on April 3rd from 5:30 to 7 at Ward 1. This is going to be our 1-year anniversary of having this program run out of our office. So make sure to stop by between 5:30 and 7 to have our mechanic car tune up your bike and pick up a set of complimentary bike lights. That is all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. And at the request of the clerk, we're going back to item 2 to read Councilmember Fimbre's personal appointments.
Yes, Councilmember Fimbres has made 3 personal appointments: Charlotte Early to the Complete Streets Coordinating Council, David Garcia to the Commission on Climate, Energy, and Sustainability, and James Wood to the Tucson Pima Bicycle Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Clerk. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 74, dated March 21st, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of items for tonight. One is to remind the community that Planning and Development Services Department and fellow departments are in the process of updating our general and comprehensive plan, known as Plan Tucson, and there are virtual community workshops and in-person community shops happening across the community. Our next virtual workshop is actually tomorrow night, and there are upcoming workshops on March 30th and April 8th, so please plug in and have your voice heard in Plan Tucson. The second one is, many of you may have seen that Tucson was selected among the world's greatest places for 2023 by Time Magazine. So a round of applause for our own community here. So, just a lot to be proud of here in Tucson, including our food scene and other wonderful parts of our community. And then the last one I wanted to feature, you mentioned our TPD recruit class and them having a safe career. I want to acknowledge Kyle Lawrence, who is a TPD officer that many of you may know was injured in the line of duty last month. But as of Friday, he was actually able to attend the TPD TFT hockey game and the following Roadrunners game. And Officer Lawrence was not only able to attend, he was present, he was able to stand, and he was able to do the ceremonial puck drop for those 2 games. So it was wonderful to see Kyle and all of his comrades around him. So thank you to Kyle for your service, and congratulations on your recovery so far.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor License Applications Report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication Number 71, dated March 21st, is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion, please?
Or could I read what we have on the agenda?
Yes, please do that.
On this evening's agenda, we have 4 requests for new licenses, 7 requests for special events, and 1 agent change acquisition of a control restructuring. All are in compliance with city requirements. However, item 5B2, which is Rice's, has written arguments opposed and will be considered separately. So an appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1, 3 and 4, 5C1 through 7, and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with recommendation of approval.
Now we're ready for a motion.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any against? Motion carries. Ms. Clerk.
Item 5B2 is Rice's Imports LLC in Ward 1.
Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Yes, Mayor. I believe the applicant, Adrian Terrazas, is there. Is that the case?
Yes, it is the case.
I would ask for him to address Mayor and Council at this time.
Mr. Terrazas, would you like to come up to this taller second mic?
Good evening.
Good evening.
So I think I have called and at least spoken to somebody in each of the wards, except for perhaps 5, I believe. But it was just a brief in the idea that the liquor license is somewhat of a formality in terms of physical logistics. It's really just me working out of my home on a computer with a filing cabinet and maybe a small cabinet with some sample bottles that would equate to less than what a lot of people have in their home. Wine or liquor collection. I'll be transporting most of my product through either the state of Texas or California and warehousing in that state. So nothing will be really collected, distributed, certainly not served out of my home. There won't be any deliveries of any kind or anything like that going on. It's really just because I live in Tucson, that's why I'm also seeking a liquor license in the state of Arizona. There is no importer's license in the state of Arizona. Thereby, I have to apply for a Series 4, which is a wholesaler's license.
Councilmember?
Thank you very much. I don't know if anybody in the audience was there because they had written a letter of opposition, if they wanted to speak at this time.
Is there anyone present opposing this liquor license? There is not, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. So in reading the letters in opposition, it was the sense that there'd be heavy traffic and heavy vehicles, heavy traffic in and out of a residential area. And as stated, that doesn't seem to be the use, but we don't have a licensing permitting in place. So with that, I move that we approve, send a recommendation of approval to the state's liquor board.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Terrazas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Have a good evening.
Councilmember. Ms. Clark, any others? No, Your Honor. Okay, excellent. So we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker's card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, as the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. Alrighty. Our first speaker is Tom Shabin. I'm sorry about that, Tom. Representing the Attorney General's office, Ms. Chris Mace.
Mayor Romero and members of the City Council, I'm introducing myself as Tom Chabin. I think I know most of you. We have had some history, but I'm introducing you in my role as the Community Outreach Coordinator on behalf of Attorney General Chris Mays. So I will be contacting each of you, and if I can, I'll leave business cards for you and the staff who may wish to have it. And I'm here on behalf of the Attorney General to build a relationship with you, with your constituency, and the city of Tucson. In addition, looking at your agenda, given some of the struggles that you've endured, Attorney General Chris Mays wishes to express to all of you as those who are elected and all of you who serve the city of Tucson her appreciation for your public service. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Robert Royce?
I'm Robert Royce. I wasn't kidding when I wrote down ramble. I woke up at 2 this morning and got up at 6:30 to go to the Board of Supervisors meeting, and I had this most beautiful edit of Mr. Jefferson's second paragraph. I just boiled it down to human rights, minority rights, religious intolerance, political intolerance, and free speech, all in 2.5 minutes, but I was a little too tired to get my timing down, and I couldn't risk the chairs turning off my mic as I get down to the last few words, not because it would have disturbed me very much, but it would have been a dishonor to her. Let me just address the RTA thing right now. The RTA is subsidized sprawl. I object to the RTA and will be opposing its renewal for 3 reasons. For one, it subsidizes sprawl. And y'all are committed apparently to reducing sprawl, but by buying into another, 10 years or 12 years or whatever it is of the RTA, we're just going to be subsidizing suburban sprawl with inner city money, and I'm not for that at all. Number 2, we have half the population and half the tax base, and we get 12% of the representation on the board, which is why we are being treated so disrespectfully by the RTA board. And number 3, I believe the RTA, the overhead on the RTA bureaucracy is very expensive, that money should be going to actual road projects. So like I said, I will be opposing the RTA renewal. I will support a 0.5-cent City of Tucson sales tax so we can take care of our roads without subsidizing suburban sprawl. And finally, the city clerk's office tells me I need a little less than 2,000 signatures to put a party on the ballot in Tucson, and I need 10 co-sponsors, so I'm officially shopping for co-sponsors. There's no rush because there will not be another City of Tucson election until 2025. The county petition will require 4,000 signatures by the end of the year, and I'll still need the same 10 co-sponsors. So I'm collecting co-sponsors right now. I hope to have the county petition certified by January and the City of Tucson petition sometime next year. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dominic Evans?
I did write mine down. Good evening, Mayor Romero and the city council members. My name is Dominic Evans. I reside northwest Tucson, 10088 North Smooth Agave Loop, Marana, Arizona. I thank you for the opportunity to speak about some of the positive and beneficial experiences I've been able to provide the students in my classroom by using the fare-free public transit, specifically the streetcar. Being a teacher at a school that's located near downtown, I've been able to extend the academic learning outside of the classroom into the downtown area, as well as the University of Arizona campus. The free fare transit program provided an easy and accessible transportation for these field trips that it would have otherwise required a school bus. And with the cost of fuel and the funds needed to request a school bus, the most logical choice was the free streetcar, as well as made the most sense. Twofold, the rides alone on the Sunlink created a learning experience for the students. The rich topic discussions were created. How transit works for the public, how many people rely on it, what they use it for, in addition to the clean fuel program or technologies that are used. Students are talking about how the streetcar works. They look at the buses and they make that connection. Now, we don't see the smoke coming out of the bus, again, because we eco-friendly vehicles. So I'm very optimistic, as well as I'm looking forward to the discussions and the decision-making that can happen here on how we can extend that Sunlink throughout our beautiful city, whether it be up north or towards the east. And I'm here to thank you for the extension that was made in December, and hoping that is something that continues for a while more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Your work at Trackman is outstanding. Well done.
Thank you. Anastasia Tsakis. Anastasia Tsakis. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Anastasia Tsakis. I reside in Corona de Tucson. I am here today because myself and a lot of my cohabitants over in Corona are very concerned about the 15-minute cities. And I know my comments may not be popular, but I just beg you to hear me out. 15-minute cities are going to attempt to become a thing, which we are against. And the reason we are against them is because we feel they go against the Constitution and every fiber of the Constitution. And I'll explain. Right now, we have a wonderful city. I was greeted at the door by a little encampment out here that's very sad for us to see. Right now, we know that TEP is attempting a monopoly takeover and a power grab with Southwest Gas in an effort to take away all of our gas-powered appliances, water heaters, and things of that nature. A lot of people can deny that, but it is happening. Digital ID and credit scores are going to be required to trace everything that we do or buy here in the city of Tucson, should you decide to pass the 15-minute city rule. There will be no gas cars, planes, and trucks, which is a very sad case because 99% of our city and the surrounding areas do still use gas-powered vehicles. It will be near to impossible for anyone to have an electric vehicle because they will not be able to afford it in this economy. This also goes, as I mentioned before, against the Constitution. It violates civil rights of those from outside the city limits and even those from within who cannot travel 15 minutes to their place of work, or if they have to go to a doctor appointment, as a lot of us have to do coming in from outside of Tucson. We will be denied that opportunity. The bend to our will or you don't enter mentality cannot be tolerated. How will those who work in Tucson arrive for work? And I don't joke, by transporter or drone drop. Will you have a border wall with guard towers and entry points to check our papers as we enter and leave the city of Tucson? We will not be able to be enfranchised enough. We will be disenfranchised to the tunes of tens of thousands of people that live and work outside and inside the city. This will be a complete shame. And again, as I know that my comments will not be very popular here, I want you to hear the side of those who could not be here tonight. We had probably 200 people that had garnered together and asked for a representative to come and speak to you tonight, of which I am. And I would humbly respect that if you would like to speak with me and understand more of what we are concerned with, I would greatly appreciate a meeting. Thank you.
Celeste Lubu and Joseph Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing us this privilege to speak. My name is Celeste Lupu, and this is my husband, Joseph Rogers. We are from Dancing Streets, Arizona. We are here to talk about our student Elijah Miranda, who was innocently murdered with the Constable event. The report from the Constable, the report was released over a week ago, and unfortunately, there are some horrible things that we have read in the report, starting with the Constable's toxicology report. Was found to have cocaine, meth, amphetamines, and alcohol. She was not properly trained. She was not wearing a vest. And we believe that his life and others were taken before his time. He was there visiting his friend, who was a tenant at the apartment complex. He was not a criminal. He was not a resident there. He went to visit a friend who had air conditioning. The friend was the target of the shooter.
I don't like how most city officials jumped on the bandwagon of this constable, even before the report came out. Now the report is out. I hope you all will take a look at this report, because it is ugly. It's ugly and it's wrong in so many ways. So I'm here because right now, Elijah's mother, she is distraught. He didn't have a father. His father died, so I was his father. So I'm here to fight for his memory, because in the beginning, everybody jumped on the bandwagon with the constable. Processions.
What we are highly upset about is that the constable was given a parade. These flags were flown at half-staff. She was under investigation for ethics, and yet Elijah Miranda's name, none of the council members or the Pima County supervisors even reached out once to his mother to say, we are sorry for your loss. Someone's status of a life should not be represented by what position they hold. And we are deeply distraught that, Mayor, you did not once say, we are sorry to the family of Elijah Miranda, but I heard you over and over say the constable's family gave her life, blah, 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 blah. Everybody's life is equal. And this boy was a tribal boy. He was a Yaqui boy. And I've heard everyone give proclamations to the tribal lands that we occupy, but no one recognized the life of this boy. He was 25 years old. He went to visit a friend because the air conditioning was there. The friend left the apartment to go pick up his daughter. He was the target of the shooter. This constable killed 4 people. Where was the oversight from the mayor and the council and the county supervisors? Why was she even there without proper training and tools? How is it that the landlord was killed, the constable was honored, and Elijah Miranda's name was forgotten? Thank you very much.
JP Salvatierra.
Madam Mayor, Councilman, my name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a retired railroad conductor, and I've also served on the Citizen Advisory Board for Park Euclid Superfund Hazmat site, the same site that received their record of decision that made the city of Tucson the holder of last recourse to the continuing pollution underneath our San Antonio neighborhood with the ethylene glycol and the diesel. And I'm not really clear, and neither was our group, in whether the Union Pacific Railroad and its diesel spill that went from Palo Verde all the way to, like, we'll say Speedway. They had their diesel extraction, and then they turned the water back into the same well they took it from. But they had an independent program sponsored by ADQ, and yet I, as one of the neighbors that was I'm a stone's throw away from the railroad tracks. None of us in our neighborhood were ever contacted about their public hearings. I don't even know if they ever had any. And so the last issue before our group was that we request the electronic format of the entire program that the UP did in that cleanup. And that request has fallen on deaf ears. So I'm continuing to follow up on that. I brought this little nice thing here. This is a double HEPA cartridge face mask. The pink is radionuclide, and the green is what I believe volatile organic hydrocarbons. And if a derailment happens, and this is something incredible that Councilman Santa Cruz and Councilman Lee both highlighted things that can actually happen. We need to be proactive about this. We need to have exact plans in place, because now that the railroads, before they were sending about 60 trains a day at night through Tucson, and they were shorter than they are now. Now they're extremely long. The conductor and the engineer are on the head end. They have rear end telemetry and possibly power, but no one that can see around the corners and inspect their train. And the only detection device that we have is going out past Marana. I remember calling in and saying, I hear a flat box or a flat journal bearing or a flat truck on one of the cars, and it's very distinct, it's very loud thumping, and they stop the train and they avoided having a derailment. But if a derailment happens, it'll happen because the UP yard is not properly inspecting these trains before they go out. They're so long, they have no opportunity. And this is something that will hurt us all in the long run.
Mr. Salvatierra, come to a conclusion, please.
So I would like to, I have some other items on the health and safety I'd like to give to the clerk. I also have the PFAS monitoring free to the public. The ADEQ has offered this to anyone, and all the councilmen will get a copy of this to send out or have available to people that want to have this monitoring done. It's free of charge. It tests 22 different PFAS compounds.
Mr. Salvatierra, come to a conclusion, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the clerk's office pick that up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Kozaczek, for your letter that outlined the PFAS limits.
Thank you. Jesse Lugo?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Council people, city staff members. My name is Jesse Lugo, Council Richard Fimbres appointee for the Bond Commission under 101, 409, and now the current 411. The statement that I'm going to read to you, I'm going to hand copies to the clerk to hand out to you. The City of Tucson Department of Transportation, TDOT, has been discussing the 5th Street from Country Club to Wilmont at our past 409 Bond Review Commission meetings, and now with the 411 Bond Review Commission called the Independent Oversight Accountability Commission. We have been told that the future pilot project on 5th Street from Country Club to Wilmont will change from 2 lanes to east to west traffic to 1 lane traveling east and 1 lane traveling west, along with a center turn lane and a 6-foot bicycle lane on each side. 5th Street is a major arterial that people use to travel east and west, as I do not recall any bond or tax education information that included the proposed pilot construction of 5th Street. In the photo attached, which I will give you copies of it, shows that the 3rd Street is a bicycle route that is used from Campbell to Wilmont that is adjacent to the 5th Street, as it does not make sense to have 2 bicycle routes within 3 blocks from each other, as is clearly taxpayers' wasted funding with studies and consultants. It does not make sense to approve new bicycle lanes on 5th Street that will be unsafe for bicyclists with motorists on the same high-traffic street. The proposed pilot project is bad, that has not had full public input from Tucson motorists and only adjacent neighborhoods, that will bottleneck traffic on Country Club when traffic is cut down from 2 lanes to 1 lane. There are no plans to make any changes on Fifth Street that turns Sixth Street that currently has 2 lanes on east and west traffic. The current use of Fifth Street with 4 lanes is not broken and does not need to be fixed. It just needs to be milled and repaved as originally stated in the propaganda with Proposition 111 information that was shared to the voters. So with that, I'll leave copies of my statement, but also I put a copy that shows the Third Street and the Fifth Street. And so, as I just say, picture paints 1,000 words. It just doesn't make sense to develop another bike lane where there's one that exists today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lugo. John Moreno. I think it's John Moreno.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and City Council members. My name is John A. Moreno. I live at 407 East 20th Street. I took over property management for my family 5 years ago. We live directly across the street from Santa Rita Park. Give you a little bit background. My grandparents, my John H. Moreno and Concepcion Moreno, bought that first parcel with 2 lots, double lots in 1930. They built a house on 1931, and then subsequently we started acquiring more properties, and now we own property from 2nd Avenue to 3rd Avenue. There's 5 generations of Morenos living on that property today. We have a mixture of rentals and residential. And the reason why I came out to talk tonight, because I wanted to be a voice to the residents and our neighbors in Barrio Santa Rita, and also to Armory Park. The state of affairs is very sad right now. The crime rate is soaring. There's drug use everywhere. There's people dealing drugs in our alleyways. There's overnight camping now. I counted 8 campsites just this week, and the police, our police patrol has gone down. We don't see police patrolling that much. And what prompted me to speak today, I was coming home from errands last Tuesday at 1 p.m., and there was a naked man standing at the edge of the park, and he was defecating in the middle of the day at 1 p.m., 25 feet from my grandson's bedroom. And we're at a point where it's not about us against the residents against the homeless or homelessness. We support homeless finding homes and for all the things that you guys are doing with your programs, but it's about safety. It's about safety on our property in our neighborhood, personal safety, and right now it's being jeopardized. And what can we do before some tragic happens, like a 12-year-old boy getting killed or an elderly person? We have residents in our neighborhood that have homeless come on their property, trying to open their doors. We've had 1 stabbing in the last month. In front of my tenant's granddaughter and their daughter. They were playing softball, practicing, and a young woman was stabbed by her boyfriend right in front of them. And so one of the things I want to offer some ideas that to increase police patrols, to enforce the camping overnight ordinances that are already in place. I don't know what's happening as far as city council, but also maybe a substation trailer and a community outreach.
Mr. Moreno, I am going to ask our unsheltered homeless regional coordinator, Maris Vasquez, to follow up with you, just to make sure that we're communicating with you directly on this issue.
Okay.
And I think you included your number here?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And my other neighbor's here to speak too.
Okay, we'll make sure that Amaris follows up with you.
Okay, great,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you, Mr. Moreno. And then our next speaker is Peter Norquist.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Germane to a couple of the previous speakers, I also wish to speak on the Tucson Resilient Together Climate Action Plan, which you passed at your last meeting. As I was here and watched the last call to the public, I was struck by how many speakers seemed to feel that they would be in imminent danger if this plan wasn't passed. I actually feel the opposite, that the implementation of this plan, when viewed in its wider and proper context, represents an existential threat to the people of Tucson when the end goal is understood. Select items included in this plan are to, for example, develop more sidewalks, bike lanes, and public transit options, establish more electric vehicle charging infrastructure, make public agency fleets zero-emission vehicles, and specifically create a 15-minute city, essentially restructuring the community to enable only walking, biking, and automated public transit, while ultimately ridding the city of cars permanently. Just the above part carries a minimum price tag of $5 million, and likely much more when actually implemented. The problem is that no matter how many visioning sessions are staged in which participants are told what and how to think, this plan isn't really based on democratic principles of people deciding together or agreeing on an idea. This is about external forces using local government to begin to take control and herd people into carefully controlled spaces. Please note that many marginalized communities are opposed to ideas like this because they lead to further displacement and inequality, and the distances most working class people are required to travel for work, including from outside the city, pose a major challenge to the model. I would guess that this is what the sustainability fund generated by Prop 412 might be used for. My concern is that this is not at all about saving the earth. This is exactly how the infrastructure for the climate lockdowns of the future will be created. It's important to realize that this is what activist Rosa Koire describes as the green mask of totalitarianism. This is about long-term vision of the future in which we will all be herded into ultra-dense, tightly surveilled fiefdoms, where we'll be allowed to travel from one little hamlet to another if our social credit score is high enough, where we'll be held liable for our personal carbon footprint enforced by either mandate or social convention as a means of control, and where facial recognition and plate reading software, coupled with the impressive scope of drones, all run by AI, will lead to severe enforcement via automatic fines, deprivation of basic privileges, and worse. The ultimate point here is that whether you realize and acknowledge this or not, climate change is merely being used as a pretense for setting up draconian infrastructure of control, whatever people like Fatima Luna might be telling you otherwise. I ask you to please rethink your support of this dangerous and short-sighted plan so that we can concentrate on building a legitimately resilient and vibrant community. I thank you for your time.
Jane Croson. Jane Croson.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, City Council, and city staff. Thank you for letting me speak to you this evening. I live at 928 South 3rd Avenue. I am in visual of Santa Rita Park, so I am representing my neighbors and myself. I just left the park and looked around and was reminded that it does get used by skateboarders. They love their skateboard park. It gets used by basketball players, baseball players, softball players. It is a robust park and has much possibility. But before decisions are made for the bond, I would like you to consider what we're doing for the people who are unhoused. There was a suggestion that was presented that was a kind of a standard park renovation without any addressing of the people who are living in that park and truly living in that park. I don't need to repeat what John has already reported. I see it too, people having sex. We were Christmas caroling in the park, some random thing to do. We come up to the skateboard park, and right beside it is a playground, and right beside it is a restroom, and it was filled with people prostituting, doing crack and other drugs. I don't know everything. It was very disconcerting, and it was disconcerting to sleep in my bed that night thinking about this is what's happening in my neighborhood. So some of the suggestions, I've lived in Tucson since 1976. I moved into my house in 2003. I love Tucson. I'm a potter, and I participated in the city of Tucson's holiday art and craft fair. We have a wonderful city, but some solutions about Santa Rita Park. Could we turn the swimming pool area into a cooling center for unhoused people? Let's change this. Why tear it down? I'm sure that's the plan. Can we carve out an area in the park for people to be in tents? People who are not in housing don't want to be out in an apartment or in a motel room. We need to gradually move people over. People are going to be there. They're going to trash up the area. We need something else to do. Could we please enforce the camping? Could we please non-camping? Could we also enforce the distribution of food at the park? I really appreciate you being able to listen to me and some suggestions, and I think we can do this. Let's get some smart minds together to make a difference for unhoused people and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Lindy Brigham. Lindy Brigham.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and members of the council. I'm Lindy Brigham, and I live in the Rito Bend neighborhood, and I'm currently the president of the association board. And thank you for giving me the opportunity here to thank the Department of Parks and Recreation and Ward 3 for listening to our concerns, for working with us, incorporating many of our ideas and our suggestions into the Rio Vista Natural Resource Park master plan. And we are really looking forward to it. I'd like to thank Greg Jackson and Kevin Dahl in particular for working with us on this. They've been very, very helpful. I'd also like to thank Greg Jackson for appointing Tom Fisher as the project manager. He obviously has the best interests of this park in his heart, and we are really looking forward to the start of the project. And we're really looking forward to your approval of the November 22nd version of the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brigham. This is going to be our last speaker for today. We've gone over our call to the audience allotted time. This is going to be Julie Elvick. Julie Elvick.
Good evening, Mayor Romero and council and everyone. This is not my wheelhouse. I'm more comfortable in front of parents and children, but I'm happy to be here, and I am just going to read what I wrote. As a Tucsonan born and raised in this beautiful city, I'm writing to say that I think it would be a huge benefit to our town if you were to decide that in this community, public transportation will always be free for everyone. To begin, zero fares in Tucson would promote the utilization of our public transportation system among those of us, myself included, who are currently still privileged enough to rely on our cars for travel around the city. Next, after returning from a recent visit to Portland, Oregon, I understand how much finding out that your tourist destination provides fare-free public transportation will be a welcome surprise for those visiting this old pueblo. Finally, and most importantly, providing free use for all of public transit would support those among us who are most in need of public rides, removing the cost and thus at least some of the stress involved with moving about. Oops. I'll close by saying that thus far, Tucson has maintained a reputation of having a positive vibe, of being a friendly place to grow up, work, and live. Offering free public transportation for all is a great way to ensure that that reputation remains strong for many years to come. With much respect and gratitude for your leadership. And I'm Julie Elvick. I don't know if I need to say my address, but 2217 West Silver River Way. And I also will just say that on my way here this afternoon, I did not anticipate hearing all of the conversation about unhoused and houseless people in Tucson. And I, on my way from Wetmore down here, I gave out $8 to people who look like me, who could be me. And I'm an educator, retired. I'm very grateful for my pension. But I shopped at the 99-cent store this evening, and I just want to say that I feel like our community just needs to be really problem solving that issue, because it came up so many times, and I wasn't going to say anything, but I absolutely, I'm from here, and I feel like we have to do something and support people. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elvick. The other individuals that were not called will be called at the next council meeting. You'll be the first ones we call. Thank you so much for attending, and all those who came to speak and spend time with us. We really appreciate you. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through N.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have item A, approval of minutes. Item B, Parks and Recreation, adoption of the Rio Vista Natural Resource Park Master Plan. And that plan, the version that was uploaded with the agenda materials is not the most recent plan. So we just want everyone to know it will be adopted without the dog park that was in the version that's uploaded. So item C is Parks and Recreation, adoption of the Robert A. Price Senior Park Master Plan. That item will be considered separately. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with the city of Casa Grande for the use of the Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center. Item E is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, access for funding from the Arizona State Opioid Response Grant Program. Item F is water, continuation of green storm water infrastructure fee and storm to shade program, and that item will be considered separately. Item G is finance, authorizing the chief financial officer, assistant city manager to submit the annual expenditure limitation report. Item H is a final plat, S21076, La Estancia de Tucson, Phase 2, Parcel 7, Lots 1 through 107. Item I is a final plat, S22-053, Fairview Casitas, Lots 1 through 3. Item J is a final plat, S21-054, Saguaro Trails, Block 3. Item K is Housing and Community Development, update on the housing affordability strategy. I'm sorry, I don't have item L, it was continued. Item item M is a final plat, S21083, Traveling Riverside Blues Estate, Lots 1 through 4. And item N is a Tucson Code amending Chapter 10, authorization of the employment for non-immigrant workers with employment-based visa status.
May I have a motion, please?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz. I believe she's
Absent, excused.
Mr. Dahl.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee. Aye. Mr. Kozaczek. Mayor Romero.
Aye. We have 2 items to consider separately. We start with which one, Ms.
The
Clerk?
first one is item C.
Item C.
Thank you,
Councilwoman
Mayor.
Lee.
Well, thank you for allowing me to pull this so we could take a moment to celebrate. This is a pretty big deal for Ward 4 and our residents, so I just wanted to share a little bit of information about why. Ward 4 is severely underparked with currently only one city park south of Irvington Road that serves well over 40,000 Ward 4 constituents. For context, our one existing park serves more city square miles than every individual ward in the city of Tucson, with the exception of Ward 5. I'm excited to say we will now have 2 parks that serve this large region of the city. Robert Price Park has been a work in progress for over 15 years, starting with the initial land donation from Rick Price to pay tribute to his late father, Robert Price, and an additional land swap with Sunbelt Holdings. This month marks exactly 1 decade of work from a staff member from my Ward 4 office, prior to me, working with Sunbelt Holdings' Bob Bamauer and Greg Moll with La Estancia Development to make this complicated parcel of land work and attain the funding necessary. With additional funds from Sunbelt Holdings, development impact fees, and funds from Prop 407, we are finally going to see this project become a reality. I want to thank the community members who have been patiently waiting for investment in their area and have participated in numerous meetings along the way to create this master plan that will serve all ages and abilities for Southeast Tucson. Thank you to City Park staff, real estate staff, and our private partners who have I've listed, and to our residents to create the master plan that pays homage to our neighbors with a planes and trains theme park. And included amenities like the oversighted Ramada, so our neighborhood associations could have a meeting location since there are no city facilities within this large region. And my staff didn't put this in the notes, but I wanted to thank them for their work in coordinating all these things, including a trip to Phoenix to scope out ideas and see what we could lift there. And with that, Mayor, I want to move the adoption of the Robert Price Park Master Plan.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? I'm sorry, I'm eating candy. All those in favor, please signify. We did that, right? Okay. Motion carries. And then we have a second item to be considered
That's
separately.
item F. Councilmember Dahl.
Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item because the Storm to Shade program is a big deal. Blue Baldwin and the entire Storm to Shade staff do a phenomenal job with the resources they have. I not only support this program, but want to grow this program. Green infrastructure is an integral part of our climate action plan. We can't plant 1 million trees or make a walkable, bikeable city without shaded streets and sidewalks, streets where cars can still drive, even if they use gasoline. I'd like to point out that in-street projects are significantly higher in cost to implement, but that's where we need these projects. 2 of the 3 neighborhoods where Ward 3 currently have projects in the 85705 zip code, and all 3 projects score high on the tree equity map, meaning they have very low tree cover. We've also learned that low-income neighborhoods have unique challenges when it comes to installing green stormwater infrastructure because they don't have much right-of-way. A lot of utilities are located there, and some, like in my ward, are in floodplains. All this makes the projects more expensive. But again, this is where we need the trees. I want to point out that it's nice to plant more trees in our parks, but we also need to create shaded walkways and bikeways so residents can get to those parks without walking or biking through a heated asphalt jungle. I would like to ask my colleagues to consider as we move forward with this program and look at the budget that we find additional stable revenues such as the previously proposed differential rate funds for climate change and really ramp up this program. And with that, Mayor, I move this item.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Any other separate items?
Your Honor, could I just add that I believe I forgot to read item K into the record when we adopted the primary consent agenda, Housing and Community Development Update on the Housing Affordability Strategy HAST Plan.
I think you read it. Did I? I think you did. Okay.
She has now.
So we've read it twice. That's fine. We move on to item 8.
Public hearing, C822-06, Planning and Development Services Code Update Package, Ordinance number 11996.
City Manager's Communication number 86, dated March 21st, is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss a proposed code update package to improve development codes administered by Planning and Development Services. Staff will be making a brief presentation before we begin the public hearing. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour, and speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Tamir, do we have a staff member to present at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. Planning Administrator Coring Manning is here, and also Daniel Bursick from our staff are available for questions, but Corin will give a brief overview as he indicated.
Good evening, and can you hear me? Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I'll just give a brief overview of this code update package. This code amendment is the result of a process that Mayor and Council initiated in June of 2022, 9 months ago. At that time, Mayor and Council gave direction to staff to review our codes and look for efficiencies and areas to streamline. Since then, PDSD has engaged stakeholders, the public, and the rest of our staff to develop a proposal for a package of code amendments to the UDC, as well as the technical standards and administrative manuals to help improve PDSD review procedures by addressing duplicative or confusing processes and simplifying our development standards. The result of this review is a package of 10 amendments to the various development codes. The items before Mayor and Council are amendments to the Unified Development Code, which require Mayor and Council approval. There are 7 items as well as some minor amendments, and I'll go through each of those components of the package in just a moment. To begin our outreach, PDSD opened up a public survey and got input from the public. Members of the community and stakeholders responded to this. We received over 130 suggestions for improvements to our codes and processes, demonstrating very strong interest throughout our community in this update. Our public outreach also included 2 public meetings held in January of this year with over 90 participants, virtually and in person. And we've also shared information about this update through a project website, emails, and regular updates to our stakeholders at monthly meetings. The City Planning Commission held a study session as well as a public hearing on this item. The public hearing was held in February. And after that hearing, the Planning Commission recommended that the Mayor and Council approve all 8 of the components of this proposed code package with 2 suggested modifications. Those 8 items, I'll go through just briefly. The first, they fall into 3 areas: improving our processes, removing barriers to small-scale infill, and simplifying development standards on corridors. So the first category is improving our processes. There's 3 elements of that. One is to allow administrative special exception for certain water well upgrades. This is a way to streamline the process that Tucson Water goes through to upgrade water wells on sites across the city. The second is to require the zoning examiner legislative procedure. The second is to remove the PDSD director decision process for wireless communication facilities that are co-located, so on wireless communication facilities that already have cell tower equipment. When they are co-locating, that would streamline the process. And then third is to require zoning examiner legislative procedure for major change of zoning conditions. This would apply in situations where rezoning has been approved and conditions set by Mayor and Council, and the applicant then wants to make a major change to those conditions later. This would require a zoning examiner public hearing prior to Mayor and Council's review and public hearing, whereas currently only the Mayor and Council review is required. At the Planning Commission, they did recommend a slight modification to the proposal. They recommended providing the PDSD director with flexibility to skip that zoning examiner hearing if the proposal is considered not as controversial or not as complicated following a neighborhood meeting. However, staff did not recommend this change to Mayor and Council in order to really maintain a clear and consistent process that would be applied to all applications once they were considered a major change to zoning conditions, and to better align with the initial direction we received from Mayor and Council. The second bucket of changes is areas where we see potential to remove barriers to small-scale infill. So the first item is to remove setback requirements between townhouse units. Currently, our code does not provide a way of developing townhouses or attached single-family homes through a standard process. A special approval process is required in all cases to develop townhouses. And this is a very cost-effective way of providing starter homes and opportunities for home ownership in the community. So this would provide an as-of-right option to develop townhouses in zoning districts that already allow multifamily development. Next is reducing parking requirements for small multifamily residential development of 2 to 5 units. So small scale infill that's usually going in on smaller lots in the community where it can be very onerous and prohibitive of projects to meet our current parking standards. This would streamline the parking standards to 1 space per unit for that small infill of 2 to 5 units and provide flexibility for access to the parking and surfacing requirements. The next is allow accessory structures in the front yard for shade and carports. Carports and shade structures are not an allowed accessory structure in the front yard currently. It's, again, only allowed through a special approval, and this is something that many people in the community have interest in for obvious reasons based on our climate. This would allow those structures to be built in the front yard up to 400 square foot structures. Only for shade structures and carports. I do want to mention that a concern was brought up about this at study session related to the impact on historic neighborhoods. And since then, staff have worked with our Historic Commission to develop a plan for outreach and education to National Register District neighborhoods that could potentially be impacted on this and make homeowners aware of how to conduct this work in a way that maintains their historic contributing status. The last item is to standardize building setbacks on major streets and routes. This is a change to our street setback requirements, which are currently variable based on building height as well as traffic volume on a street. This would standardize our setback to a consistent 10-foot setback on commercial corridors and 20-foot on residential. The Planning Commission also recommended one modification to this aspect of the proposal to retain the ability to reduce those setbacks on low traffic residential streets. This is something that's commonly done as part of new subdivisions on streets that are not going to have as much traffic. Those setbacks are able to be reduced on residential streets today, and we want to maintain that allowance. So that is one change to the code amendment. There's also a few minor amendments to correct errors and discrepancies in the code. So that is a brief summary, and I would be happy to answer any questions now or following the public hearing.
What we'll do is have the public speak, and then if there are any questions by the council colleagues or anyone else, we can follow up with questions. Thank you, Corin. All righty, our first speaker will be Chuck, I think it's Martin, Chuck Martin.
Thank you, Mayor Romero and Council. I want to first commend and say I support the staff's attempt to improve and streamline the building code. I've been a planner for 30 years and spent a lot of time in this room. I've spent a lot of time reviewing and interpreting the code. I've started with the zoning code, which was before the LUC and before the UDC, land use code, and then the Unified Development Code. During that time, I've designed many residential projects, both attached and detached, and started with the residential cluster project and then the flexible lot development. I've worked on multiple stakeholder committees over the years during that, the RCP, residential cluster project, FLD, flexible lot development, infill incentive district, the LUC to the UDC transition with neighbors and staff. Been a member of the Planning Commission for many years, and so I spent a lot of time with the code. Because I work with the code, I've always advocated for and worked for efficient code that's everybody can understand, whether it's you, the public, staff. The issue of standardizing the setbacks, the title is good, it's great. Major streets and routes setbacks should be adjusted, revised, simplified. The problem was when the draft came out, it included residential setbacks. And that was something that I don't think was discussed in the presentation. I work with staff to try to preserve the current property rights under that section of the code. The wording that you have now is basically what I submitted in my attempt after I made the motion at the Planning Commission to help preserve those rights. I assume that the legal staff and planning staff have reviewed it and agreed that it does preserve those rights. I asked Carrie Sullivan to please review it, so I was the only one outside of the city, I think, that was reviewing for protection of those rights. It's become a code wonk, not intentionally, but that happens over time. I did vote against 2 of the other items. I've sent you letters, I think, that explain my concern. The townhouses are permitted. You can do them under FLD all day long. There are protections for neighbors that are in there because of what has happened in past history. The privacy mitigation, the architectural review, the functional open space, those were all added after projects were done that neighbors were not happy with. So I'm just putting that out there because I'm afraid that there's unintended consequences of just changing the current zones. And I did point out to staff that the original text did not change the densities. All it changed was allowing attached units. So at 5,000 square feet, you couldn't really do townhouses. So I guess I'm part of the problem for future residents because now the text does include those changes. The parking reduction, I think, is scary. I think using multifamily parking, if it's 400 square foot units, you only need 1. If it's 1 bedroom, 1.5. Having that ratio, I think 5 3-bedroom units with 5 spaces that are rented by the bedroom is going to spill out into the neighborhood. So I've always tried to work for a better code and improvements to the code. I'm always willing to participate in the process to improve and update the code, and so that it stays current with the lifestyle changes while still protecting what makes Tucson Tucson. So I just thought I had to explain my no votes on 2 of the items, given that I'm the oldest member of the commission. I have some history in Tucson, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin, for your service. And it was my mistake. Please, when I call your name, come forward, state your name, whether you live in the city of Tucson or not, whom you are representing, and whether you or not you are paid. So
I apologize, Chuck
Oh, no.
Martin, 841 North Pantano Road,
reminded everyone.
Ward 2.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Paula, I believe it's Chronister, Paula Chronister.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Paula Chronister. I do live in the city. Actually, I'm in Steve Kay's area in the Palo Verde neighborhood, and I'm a board member with the Palo Verde neighborhood, as well as just representing neighbors in the area. We have some concerns about a couple of the recommendations. The first one really is about accessory structures, trying to really understand what's actually going to be permitted with that. We're supportive of shade structures, in front yards, but the question will be like, how are they going to be developed? What are they going to look like? How are they going to be used? Are they going to be collecting junk in people's front yards, which some people will do right now with their parking places? And so I think we need some really good clarification as to actually what that looks like and how they can be actually made so that they continue to support the integrity and the quality of our communities and doesn't just look like, added trash to the front yard around things. The other thing is, as the previous speaker talked about, is parking requirements for these small multi-family units. Just one parking place for things that sometimes could have 2 or 3 bedroom units. I think even though the desire would be that people only have one car, that's probably not practical at this particular time, based upon what we actually see people doing. And so I think looking at that is going to have parking out in the neighborhoods and into the streets. So those are 2 of the areas that I'm concerned about, and other neighbors have expressed concern in our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, could I take the 3 minutes remaining?
No, I'm sorry, we're in the middle of a public hearing. Vicky France?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Vicki France. I live at 3403 East Seneca. I'm in the R2 zone, and like Paula, I am on the board of the Palo Verde Neighborhood Association, but I'm not representing them. I'm representing my neighbors. Paula stole all my thunder, so I might be repeating her. Like Paul Horton said, if there's a bedroom, there's going to be a car. Don't be naive and think that one multifamily unit is only going to need one parking space. The code changes the requirements from a per unit instead of the way it is now, per bedroom. So like Paula said, boy, where are those cars going to go? Because every kid's going to have a car, mother might have 2 cars, on and on and on. So I'd like to point out that there is a process called the Parking Design Modification Request. So we are not saying you have to have all these parking spaces. We can say if you want less, come and get a parking design modification and go through the procedures. As far as townhouses go, Paul said it. You've got the flexible lot line, you've got a design development option variance. So the city's not inflexible, and we're not discouraging things. Then there's the 400 square foot shade structure. Well, we all know that the next owner's going to want to put a side panel on it to keep the rain out. And then 2 or 3 owners from there, they're going to put a panel on the other side to keep the sun out. Owner 4 or 5 or 6 might want to put just a little door on it, So we're going down the road to livable. And what are these structures going to start out as? How are they going to be built? What are they going to look at? They're going down the road to livable. So you need to make it perfectly clear to the people that buy these houses, you're not going to turn it into another bedroom. Then they park on the streets. I don't need to say that. What about the state law for parking in walkways? They just passed it, and I'm not up on it, but you can't block a walkway. So where are these cars going to go? What about illegal storage under these units? And again, Paula stole my thunder. But they're going to get filled up with junk. It takes you 3-4 months to get code enforcement to get the junk out of the front yard. So you're creating more code enforcement issues, which are already way behind. So in conclusion, over the years, many things change in planning and development. In order to adjust to them, the City of Tucson has adopted exceptions and processes that allow compromise and discussion. And I would like to see them used as is for special cases and eliminate all of these attempts to end run around neighborhoods, our zoning codes, the ability to talk with developers, make compromises. This is just an end run to get more infill. Thank you.
All righty. Serena Wadicki?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Serena Huaraque. I live within the city limits of Tucson, and I'm here representing myself and the Barrio Santa Cruz Neighborhood Association. I'm a student of architecture and urban planning at the University of Arizona, and I love Tucson. But we are a growing and vibrant city, and tonight we have the chance to grow together in a way of equity. But we need more mobility, sustainability, and affordability in this city. And tonight you all have the chance to help us with that by voting in support of this code update package. Many of the topics have already been touched on by past speakers, but in order to increase our mobility as a city, I think this code update package can assist us by, first off, with the standardized setback requirements, that's gonna help decrease a lot of vast, really hot parking lots and increase mobility by increasing walkability. It'll also help remove us from this car-centric mindset that we are in and move us towards more sustainable, active modes of transportation. And more ways that I can help in sustainability is that all of these setbacks requirements for the townhomes and the standardized setbacks, as well as the decrease in parking requirements, help decrease impermeable dark surfaces, decrease our carbon footprint as a city, increase our albedo, and of course, decrease our fuel emissions as a city. And finally, a subject near and dear to all of our hearts in this housing affordability crisis that we're in, all of these things will help increase housing affordability by lessening construction costs, development costs, lengthy code processes, and by increasing density, infill, and our housing supply. And just a final note, there are plenty of historical districts in our city that we know and love and bring in a lot of people to our city, but unfortunately, they're not as common or accessible or as affordable as we'd like them to be. So please vote in support of this code amendment package.
Thank you. Carrie Sylvan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carrie Sylvan. I live right outside the city, but have always wanted to sign an annexation petition. If everybody between me and Ward 2 would sign it, my office is within Ward 2. I'm not being paid. I'm actually here both personally and professionally to speak in support. I'm also excited as I get older that it turns out I'm agreeing with a lot of the statements of the younger generation. So if only that kept me young, but I'll take whatever I can get. I want to thank you for your leadership in moving forward this process and these amendments. I know staff has indicated there were over 130 ideas. Here's 10 of them. I, of course, would have loved the full 130. I'm not sure I would have agreed with all the 130, but I'm excited that these are in front of you. As you know, our firm and I professionally for 25 years, Chuck's got 5 years on me, have worked with staff, with neighbors, with developers, landowners, and elected officials working through the code. And we have made amendments over the years, and I think this package is a really important package that will move the kinds of things that the young woman just spoke about forward. I want to just talk about two really quickly, and I will not use my full 5 minutes. The first is the change of condition process, and I would encourage you to consider the Planning Commission recommendation. I have done innumerable changes of condition over the 25 years. Looking back, I can only remember 2 of them that were truly controversial and probably needed to go through the zoning examiner. I don't know how many I've done, but it's been a lot. And to have only 2 of them in a 25-year career be those 2, I think it's worthy of considering allowing the Planning and Development Services Director to make the decision after the neighborhood meeting. Both of those, the neighborhood meeting made it clear that they were controversial, and frankly, as a firm, we did a lot more work with the neighbors than the code would have required. But I really encourage you to consider that recommendation from the zoning examiner. The other is the parking, and I'm very, very supportive of it. I actually wish we were doing more in reviewing our parking code, so I would just encourage maybe as a next step, really taking a look at our parking code. It's a fine balance between enough parking so that the neighbors don't feel the strain, but not too much parking. And we have a lot of areas that our code has actually encouraged way too much parking. So, and our firm is always happy to participate. So with that, I believe it's well thought out and a great process to have the discussion. As you can imagine, I would love more of the 130 to come forward, but I will sit tight and participate when you're ready to move those forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sylvan. Colette Altifer.
Good evening. My name is Colette Altaffer. I'm a native Tucsonan and I live in Ward 6. Had you allowed me to speak at the call to the audience, you would have heard me speak about the importance of balance. Balance is what is missing with these proposed code changes. To understand the full impact of these changes, it is important to look at them in their totality, because that is how a developer will use them. When you combine the changes for townhomes with the changes to parking and building setbacks, and you remove the moderating influence of the flexible lot development, what you get is incredible density with questionable open space and flood control measures. When you look at the zones of R2, R3, MH1, MH2, and O3, where some of the most intense changes will take place, and then you look at where our most vulnerable residents live, you discover who the intended target is. Without ever rezoning these properties, these changes make these zones more attractive to speculators, and wherever speculators go, displacement is sure to follow. You know this is not about affordability, because our state legislators will not allow us to regulate rent increases or institutional investors or require affordable units. Building more units is absolutely no guarantee that any of them will be affordable. All we may be doing is providing more opportunities for investors to exploit our community. So why would any of you support these code changes? Well, maybe this provides a clue. No structure whatsoever other than one private single-family resident per lot, together with private garage, shall be erected on any lot. It is also the intent of this section to require that motor vehicles owned by a resident of the lot be parked only in a garage or driveway situated on the lot. This is the language that one typically finds in the deed restrictions of modern HOA neighborhoods. There are at least 4 of you who enjoy these protections. 2 of you are running for office, and 2 of you are staff, charged with overseeing the reduction in these code protections that thousands of our most vulnerable citizens are facing today. Perhaps it has become too easy to distance yourself from the hardships that these code reductions will place on others when you never feel those effects yourself. And perhaps the time has come for you to move your families into our unprotected neighborhoods. After all, if reduced code protections are good enough for our most vulnerable residents, then they are good enough for you and your families. Thank you.
Ben Bueller Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, members of the council. My name is Ben Bueller Garcia. I live in Ward 3. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Arizona Multi-Housing Association. Sometimes we're not always on the same side of the coin, and I've never been shy about standing up and letting you know when I thought it was bad policy or a bad mistake that you're about to make. But I took some inspiration from the words tonight of the rabbi, and so I want to start off by really thanking Dan, Corin, and Acacia, who just did a masterful job of moving this through the process, sometimes through shark-infested waters. There's one caveat. I think that this was pretty much low-hanging fruit, but it's nice to see movement in the right direction as we move towards making it easier to build more housing in our community when we so desperately need it. I'd like to see this continue to move forward and then encourage you to provide the leadership to do that. One comment about item number 3, though. I've talked to you before about housing affordability and how up to 40% of the cost of building homes involves nothing but government regulation and fees. And item number 3 is going to add another layer of time and another layer of cost to this process. I encourage you to follow the recommendations of your planning commission. I believe that does give you the extra protection. It does give the neighborhoods a level of extra information that might be required, but I encourage you to accept the recommendation to give latitude to the director to make that decision rather than just wholesale adding another layer of cost. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miranda Schubert.
Honorable Mayor and Council, good evening. My name is Miranda Schubert. I'm a Ward 6 resident. I'm not a paid speaker, and I'm speaking on my own behalf to express my wholehearted support of the package of code amendments that are being proposed by PDSD. As the founder and chapter co-lead of Tucson for Everyone, your local YIMBY chapter who is actively advocating for equitable transit and housing, I'm expressing my own views, however, through our outreach to the community. I also want you to know that we've connected with a diverse range of constituents who regularly express a desire for mixed income neighborhoods, housing of all different types and levels, innovative planning practices that take current data and research into account, more density, and greater mobility for all who bike, walk, or roll. This set of changes represents a crucial first step toward undoing harmful practices that block efforts to build more housing at all levels, especially affordable and attainable housing. Decisions about our local land use and housing practices should center the folks who have no other opportunity to experience the dignity and ease of having quality housing in livable, walkable neighborhoods with solid infrastructure than a complete reimagining of the ways in which we allow housing and development to occur. Speaking from personal experience, I'm a first-time homeowner who never thought I would be in such a stable position. In the past decade, I've had half a dozen different addresses in Tucson as a renter, struggling to find places to afford despite working full-time at a decent paying job. And I know people, many people, in similar positions. They're working so hard, they're doing everything right, but they can't get ahead. They can't move out of their parents' house or think about starting a family. They're highly educated, but crushed by student debt. They're having to learn what setbacks and parking minimums are in order to try to get the attention of policymakers who are making decisions that will alter the course of their lives. They're stuck in abusive situations because they can't afford to move out on their own. They're teachers who work full-time, can't afford a down payment, and grade their papers on the bus on the way to work. The list goes on. I look at the guy who's taking a third styrofoam cup of soup on a Friday morning at Casa Maria and thanking me, even though the main protein in it is cut up hot dogs, and I wonder what he would think if I told him, sorry, we can't build more housing, but people need their parking spaces and setbacks. A recent Ward 6 newsletter pointed to the failure to listen to public input as the cause of the harms of urban revitalization efforts, which destroyed our historic barrios. In fact, there was significant support for urban revitalization efforts from community members with the most access to influence and privilege. Boosters from local tourism clubs, business owners, developers, homeowners, they all felt that this was being done in the name of progress and that it was in the best interests of helping Tucson thrive. The community input that was ignored, it came from the people who were most harmed by these policies. In taking an unflinching look at the past, we all have the opportunity to not repeat the same mistakes into the future. Awareness of the need to heal the traumas of urban revitalization should be allowed to shape local policies and actively change a harmful status quo that privileges the input of those with the readiest access to power. Please vote to approve this package of code amendments and know that you have a community of housing advocates who are ready to collaborate with you to envision even more changes that will benefit us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Salvatierra, I believe it is.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I hold an active real estate broker's license, and the issues of the UDC, I'm not going to get into the specifics of it, but essentially the spirit that the board or the council needs to identify in keeping the public in the circle. When situations occur, say a 5G a 5G tower put into the front easement of someone's property. Very, very few, if any, activity or involvement is created with the residents in the affected neighborhood, and it really leads to consternation. The same kind of consternation that Madam Mayor gets when she sits in with the RTA and her hands are tied and she's not able to really, make her point and have it adequately conveyed. Another abuse, I feel, of this spirit in the easement and commercial use of it. Tucson Electric Power has over 44 installations with bicycles, and there's lots of advertising, and it looks like they're all electric bikes. I would presume they're electric bikes, but they're not. It's like a land grab for advertising, and for the price of a permit, they get that ability to project their name. And I just think it's another evidence of the tail wagging the dog. And it's really shameful. How can we put ourselves in this situation and still, consider the issue of the respect and acknowledgement of the public? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. David Godleski.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. David Godleski, Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. I am a paid speaker, 2840 North Country Club. Here to support the proposed amendments from the Planning Commission to change the UDC for the same reasons that the previous speakers had mentioned. I think first and foremost, it's a great step in the right direction. As previously mentioned, there are over 130 recommendations, so we think tackling these first 10 is a great way to move forward on some changes that are going to help streamline the process and build more attainable housing. So we'd hope that you would support the Planning Commission recommendation and look forward to working with you on future amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. And this is our last speaker, and I am so sorry if I misspelled your last name. Asha Grayes? Gray Eyes. Thank you.
Yeah, Asha Gray Eyes. I'm representing myself. I've been living in Tucson for 10 years, and I am not
Asha,
retained.
can you please direct your microphone to your, there you go.
I am not retained. This is my first time speaking in front of council members and the mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. The thing I would like to highlight now is climate change. I know there are a lot of people in this game who have their bets and everything, and all I can think about when I wake up is how our world is changing drastically. And if I were to say, not only am I representing myself, but my daughter, we have the chance to, even if it's a clumsy step, to move toward a city more centered around better climate measures. And if that includes reducing parking, I would give up all parking in the world if it would stop climate change. Because my daughter deserves that, and her brothers and sisters deserve that, and anyone who has a child or just loves a child deserves that. Another thing I would like to bring up is how this will only benefit public safety. The less black stuff, the road stuff, I don't know what it's called, I forget at the moment, the better. I have lived here for 10 years. I grew up on the Navajo reservation, and for as long as I can remember, I've wanted a bike. And when I finally did get to, I had to bike in sand, which is really hard. So Tucson was my first and most beloved playground when it came to biking everywhere. And if I can help in that, I would be delighted. I know now that I'm older, 10 years older than I was before, Tucson isn't very bikeable. The 3rd Street bike lane that someone was talking about, I tried to bike across Tucson one time, and the many times I had to cross a giant busy road because the 3rd Street bikeway is not all connected. There are zigzags and turns in there, and then it stops abruptly. And then I had to figure out to get from there, which is like Wilmot, to Kolb and 22nd, which was quite a trip. But I was really proud of myself, and I got there. I know that there's a lot of talking points, but I just want to reduce car and traffic. I want to take more action towards climate change. And I do think one of the speakers brought up a really great concern, which is rent. People who live in townhouses, they usually have to pay for the room. They don't pay for the whole thing. That's $600 per room. So if I can suggest anything, is what are the next steps? I'm in support of this plan. I'm totally down to support you, even if it's not the, I don't know, perfect plan, but it's something. And the next point is to figure out how we make sure people don't prey on this plan to create more money for themselves. I want to thank you all for all your hard work, and I hope you're not too tired.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. And our last speaker, just a card came in, Priscilla Storm.
Honorable Mayor, council members, Priscilla Storm, Diamond Ventures. I'm not here as a work assignment. Diamond Ventures is a locally owned business. We've been in business 35 years, and we have developed both residential and commercial properties in every ward in the city over that time. And we're still proud of those projects. We try to negotiate with all of the stakeholders, agree upon conditions, develop what we say we're going to develop, and be proud of it after it's constructed. I'm here today to speak in support of the UDC changes, specifically as it relates to increasing density with urban infill. Diamond Ventures has not done urban infill projects in the city of Tucson. It's one of the things that I spend a few hours on every week trying to find that opportunity. I have great empathy for where we find ourselves because there's a phrase called common goals but adverse interests. I was here at the meeting when you passed Tucson Resilient Together. I know the values that are embedded in that, and I know those values depend on density. I also know that you have 205 neighborhood associations. Many of those have adopted neighborhood plans that those neighborhoods have relied on. We all enjoy the views of our mountains, and it's very difficult to build up in Tucson. At the same time that we condemn a word that I don't ever use, it's a pejorative word that begins with S and ends with L. And so I did bring maps for what we consider when we're looking at opportunities for increasing density. And that has to do with the density map from the 2020 census for the city of Tucson. I think that you can see that the suburban edges of the city and the urban infill areas of the city have equal areas that are low density. So when there is a reference to urban sprawl, I don't know exactly where it is in the city of Tucson, but it is not limited to the suburban fringe. It does also exist in the inner city areas. We then look at the Suntran routes, which I have also included in the map. And the third page is the neighborhood associations within each ward. When you're looking to invest, and investing and risking your capital is not the same thing as speculating or trying to obtain a greedy profit, but it is trying to help build the future of the city of Tucson. We have to take all of those things into consideration. I think the great work done by staff is a step in the right direction. I agree with Carrie Sylvan and some of the other speakers that the zoning examiner legislative requirement for a major change, I would support going with the Planning Commission's recommendation. I have one caveat to that. My opposition to that process is because I think the word major change is an inaccurate description for some of the changes that are made. Some of those changes are very de minimis. They are not controversial. It's really inaccurate to call it a major change when it's a 10% increase in square footage. So from 1,000 square feet to 1,100 square feet is going to require going all the way back through a legislative process. I don't know that that's always a major change. So I would support the Planning Commission's recommendation there. Thank you very much, and good work, headed in the right direction, and it's going to be a tough balance.
Thank you. Alrighty, is there anyone in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? If not, may I have a motion to
I move we
close
close the public hearing. Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion on closing the public hearing? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. This public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11996 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11996 relating to planning and zoning, amending the Tucson Code, Chapter 23B, Unified Development Code, Sections 3.2, 3.5, 4.8, 4.9, 6.3, 6.4, 6.6, 7.4, and setting an effective date.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor,
Councilmember Cunningham?
a few things. Number one is, first of all, I want to thank everybody who took part in this process. What I'd tell you is that we're going through a shift. And it's good that we have another generation coming in and actually engaged at this level on what we're going to do next. I think there's going to be some time over the next 10 years where we're going to be looking at even more aggressive things with density and pursuing density. I think that's actually going to happen. I think that we're looking at things like with responsible setbacks, we're going to be looking at things like building height. We're going to be looking at things that's going to promote density on our corridors. We're going to have to if our city wants to adapt, survive, and grow responsibly. Ultimately, that's just the truth. There's some really nuanced stuff here, and a lot of it, I think, puts us in a situation where that dialogue is promoted. Yes, it's true, it will make some things easier, but at the same time, some of those things needed to be easier, especially with some of the things we've been doing for a long time. Right now, a large number of the retail sales we used to have at big box stores go to Amazon and are delivered, or you order it automatically direct and it's brought to you by UPS. As a result, around the country, over the last decade, malls and large big box shopping centers have been abandoned. We've experienced that very small here in Tucson, but think about the vacancy rate at Tucson Mall. Think about what happened to Foothills Mall. Think about the empty Kmart in my ward that seems to be the albatross that everybody talks about. But the bottom line is that we need the avenue to properly repurpose those sites. And right now, we don't have it. This process puts us in the right direction to do so. So I'll be supporting most of what's on here. I think there's one caveat with the Planning Commission piece, and I actually think we should go with the Planning Commission recommendation. So I can make that in a motion, but I want to let my colleagues talk first.
Any others? Vice Mayor.
Okay, thank you. This might be a Corin/Dan series of questions. First of all, we have 6 different wards in the city, as we all know, and they are generally unique. Their challenges, the issues that we face in wards 3 and 6 are fundamentally different than what they face in 2 and 4. And so that's one of the reasons that making wholesale changes is always a challenge. We're trying to, as Paul used the word, and I think Corin used the word, we're trying to find a balance. And so I want to ask a few questions to make sure we are striking a balance here and we're not overshooting the mark. First, to one of Priscilla's points, the word major may need to be better defined later on, but right now, your example of a 10% change may need to be tweaked. However, a substantial change, which really is a major change, really ought to go back through the process. And so finding that's an area of the balance that I think that we may not have struck the right chord on yet on this. But so let me ask a few questions, and maybe, Corin, I don't know who. During the study session, and this is on the number 2 under process, where it's co-locating small wireless facilities on existing small wireless facilities. I made the point that they're not doing that anyway. Verizon's not co-locating with T-Mobile or whomever. And so I asked that we expand that language to co-location on any vertical element. That was really the intent of when we put together the utility manual, so that if there are street lights, if there's stop signs, if there's a small wireless facility, if there's a, that's where we want them to co-locate. And that language is still not reflected in this. Was there a reason that you guys didn't include that?
Yes, there is, Vice Mayor. We discussed that with transportation. And so one thing about the UDC is that it applies to private property only, not those installations that are in the city right-of-way. Those are covered by the DTM design manual for those installations. So there's actually a separate set of guidelines for everything in the right-of-way, the small cell that you're thinking of, and is often the 5G and what goes on our utility poles, et cetera. So they have language to co-locate already. And so what we're trying to do with this is make it easier for the wireless facilities that are on private property to also do that co-location by streamlining the co-location process.
That's totally fair. So they're not mutually exclusive.
Yep.
I get it. In the zoning code change section, there are numerous references to landscaping, minimizing landscaping, those kinds of things. And Chuck Martin made the point about removing setbacks in townhomes does not necessarily result in greater density. So can you speak to his concerns? I mean, if you're going to eliminate the setback by 10 feet, you're not going to build a 10-foot wide house. So speak to the density question that Chuck raised.
Yes, I can do that, Vice Mayor and members of the council. So what this change would do would be allow single-family attached structures to share a wall, to be located next to each other. It would not change the setback from other properties. From the property line, there would still be a required setback. And in terms of density, the density would then be governed by the existing multifamily density of that district. So in an R2 district, for example, the density that those townhouses could be built to would be the same as whatever a multifamily structure could be built to that, would look identical, a row of houses that actually can already be built today if it is multifamily rental units. in that district. So basically, we're allowing that same density, but for those to be townhouses that provide homeownership opportunity.
Can I jump in on that, Corin?
Yes.
I lived, my first home, actually, that I owned was a patio home, a very similar, I think that's what you're, it used to be called a patio home, now it would be a townhome. So we would share a wall. Their wall would be like a living room, kitchen area. It would, I'd have like a sidewalk to walk into my home, and then I'd have my home. And my wall on the other end would be shared with a neighbor. So it has some space. It wouldn't be living to living walls like apartments are, but it would be a living wall, a sidewalk, and then my wall. So it really allows for density and allows for first-time home buyers to have smaller starter home.
Yeah, mine was too. Mine was a herder house, and Miranda was 27,500, my first townhouse, so it was affordable back, but I realized that was nearly 100 years ago. But it was affordable, and I get it. So the townhouses, in this case, there were shared common walls, but there were also 2 drive-in carports separating some of them. So what we're saying here is we're going to reduce that required setback, and so you may be able, if you carry that arithmetic out over the course of the entire property, you may be able to get a couple more units in. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I do want to point out the density is listed in the proposed amendment, so that is specified, and it does range based on the zoning district.
Right. Remind us again how we're assuring, and I'm going now to the front yard structures. Remind us again how we're assuring that we're not going to be delisting historic properties, because I raised that during the study session. You briefly touched on it, but
Yes, that was a great point, and actually something that has been a subject of conversation with our City Historic Commission, and they actually discussed it at their meeting this month, and there was a very good discussion on this. So the concern is that in National Register districts that are outside of a historic preservation zone, there is not a formal historic review process. So there was concern that those carports could lead to delisting of the property. Now today, homeowners, if they are outside of an HPZ, can make a number of modifications to the front yard or the facade of their home that could cause delisting, loss of contributing status. So that's really in the homeowner's purview to make an informed choice about that. So what we discussed with the Historic Commission is that the city would work with the Historic Commission to do some education to those National Register districts, do a mailing as well as email to provide a list of sort of best practices. So consulting with the State Historic Preservation Office being first and foremost, that homeowners know that SHPO is a resource. When they want to make any changes, they can consult with the Historic Preservation Office, run those plans past them even, those carport plans, and ensure that, you know, there is clear area, it's not blocking the front of the home, the facade is still visible. Those are some of the best practices that can ensure they maintain the contributing status.
and the questions about how we're just simply not adding on to the code enforcement challenges for junk motor vehicles and all in the front yard.
Yes, so I will say that these are the change is to allow accessory carports or shade structures. So those could not be enclosed spaces. There would be no walls permitted on those carports. They would just be freestanding shade structures.
Right. Okay, finally this, probably every single rezoning conversation that we have, for whether it's residential or commercial, where it is adjacent to residential areas, parking becomes one of the challenges, one of the conversations, and it's controversial every time. And first of all, let me say, to be clear, I believe that our code is far too parking heavy. And yet, about a year ago, I raised the issue with some of you saying that right now, we really can't build triplexes because we require on a triplex that you be able to actually turn around on the site and you can't back out into the street like I can at my house. And so we're effectively preventing triplexes because of our parking requirement there. That was maybe the catalyst for this conversation, but so explain to me why we haven't overshot the mark, and here's where I'm going, is that I had that specific issue in mind when the issue came up, whenever it was, a year ago. This process seems to say, and this is where maybe wards 3 and 6 are unique, and 2 and 4 don't face these, and 1 to a lesser extent. We still have people building mini dorms, and you'd recognize lots of the names. And what they are doing is going in and building 5 effectively separate units on a lot, and some of them are taking up nearly half a city block. Under this code, what you're proposing, explain to me why I'm wrong on this. This code would say, go ahead and build those 5 units. You can have up to, under our group dwelling ordinance, you can have up to 4 unrelated living in those units. So we're effectively saying, go build 20 beds, and you only need 5 cars, 5 parking spots. What am I getting wrong in that? Have we maybe opened the door to that? And again, uniquely to maybe the Midtown areas.
Sure. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, this is something we heard a lot about. Parking is a topic we heard a lot about in those surveys I mentioned where we got over 100 responses. So your comments, Vice Mayor, about the maneuverability is one component of this proposal related to parking, but parking for small-scale infill in general is something that has come up repeatedly from applicants. It has, in fact, killed a number of projects where people come in with a small lot. They want to do 3 to 4 units, on what you can imagine, a small infill lot, maybe 10,000 square feet or less. And parking is a real barrier to being able to do that because the parking requirement is so high once you hit multifamily, which in Tucson is 3 or more units on the site is considered multifamily. And then you must meet higher parking standards, both the number of units and the site configuration. So what this would do would change the parking requirement to 1 space per unit for projects that are 2 to 5 units. So pretty small range there. We're really just trying to hit that very small scale infill projects. So this would only apply if a duplex is allowed or multifamily is allowed. So this would only apply in R1 districts, which is our most common residential district, on sites with a duplex. And in that case, this would provide some flexibility. Other than that, it would apply in areas that allow multifamily, but again, only to the 2 to 5 unit range. I do want to mention parking standards in R1. There's some special provisions for those issues that you raised, Vice Mayor, around units that have a high number of bedrooms. So this would not change the standards in R1 that once there are 5 bedrooms on the site, 4 parking spaces are required, and then an additional space for every additional bedroom, and higher requirements for where that parking is located. It can't all be located in the front of the house. It has to be on the side and the rear. So that would stay in place. There are no changes to that requirement in R1, which requires a higher number of parking spaces based on bedrooms.
Okay, I appreciate that. So the reason I'm walking through these is because most people are not, as I guess Chuck called himself, a code wonks. And so there are nuances to this. And so when somebody says what I just said, you can now have 20 bedrooms and only require 5 cars, that kind of explanation is necessary. Most people aren't kind of there, which is not a criticism to most people, but most people aren't zoning attorneys, and they're land use attorneys, and so they're not living there. I promise you, every single rezoning conversation we hear, there is a group in the room who says we need to be encouraging multimodal, we need to be getting people out of their cars in the car-centric conversation. And then there's another group in the same room, and we had it in the Ward 6 office last weekend when Trig was having a meeting, and there were probably 75 people there, and it was probably split 50-50, some of them saying, we got to go multimodal, we got to get people away from the car-centric, and then another was saying, don't overrun our neighborhoods with overflow parking. So I'm hoping we found a middle ground, a balance. I guess, we'll see as development occurs. I am sensitive to the reality that a lot of what we're seeing here is not going to be happening in the well-established historic neighborhoods right around the campus, but it's going to be happening in maybe the outlying areas. And so I guess we'll see how it develops. But I appreciate your answers. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that conversation and those questions. Councilwoman Lee.
I just wanted to make a comment. Just great job to the team for, thinking about all the different opportunities. Carrie, I'm with you. I'm excited to bring even more efficiency to the process and to the overall speed at which we can get these things moving. So I don't know if Paul was going to do it, but just to get the party started, I would go ahead and make the motion that we move forward with the recommendations with the exception of Amendment 3 and follow the guidance of the Planning Commission to have the PDSD director make that determination.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl.
I want to thank the staff for explaining this and answering all the questions I had, much like my colleague Steve asked you here in public. I'm very sympathetic to the concerns of neighbors and that have been expressed at this public hearing and in emails that we've gotten. But I think we have struck the right balance. I live in a neighborhood where we park on the street and a lot, even though we're not supposed to, I suppose. But it produces calming effect. And it creates a more walkable street, as it turns out. And I recognize that we do need to have a lot less parking in Tucson, just in general. There are instances where there are bars next to neighborhoods where we should look at that closely, but and perhaps some other situations. But in this case, I'm going to vote for this measure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I wanted to add to the commentary. I'm very supportive of these changes. I believe that it is the beginning of making these processes easier and moving forward with ideas that will help invest in the city of Tucson. And these changes reduce staff time in many cases and make it easier for different options in terms of housing options in our city. I think we've struck a balance, and I appreciated the questions that the Vice Mayor brought forward because it really is trying to debunk some concepts that are not reality. So I really appreciate those questions. I really want to make sure that we are paying close attention to the recommendation regarding major change of condition processes with this and bringing it to the zoning examiner. I think that it is best for, if we are going to, and the motion states it, going with the idea, the planning commission recommendation of having the department director review whether it should go to the zoning examiner or be passed forward. I think we have to be very careful with that. We just went through a really painful process on 36th and La Choya that most of the conversations fell on the shoulders of the council member representing the area, and it, I think, took much more time than any one of us wanted that. So I think we just need to tread lightly on that item. I don't feel as though we shouldn't go there, but I think we should review within the next year to see if it causes any pain or problems. So with that, I support the motion as presented. I think we just need to pay special attention to that one particular issue. With that, let's go for a vote. Do we have to go to roll call or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek? Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Motion passes, and we move on to item 9.
Adjournment.
Your Honor,
All right.
before we adjourn, so we have a young man here who got dressed up for coming to call the audience tonight. He waited through the whole meeting, and I know he's worried about his GED program. And so I wanted, if you got something to say, I want you to come up and say what you got to say. Yeah.
All right, yeah, well, absolutely, come on up.
I'll try to make it as brief as possible. Thank
No,
you.
we'll give you 3 minutes, just like we've given everyone a call to the audience.
I do appreciate it. Thank you for hearing me, esteemed council and honorable mayor. I'm here today to inform you that the Adult Learning Center at 101 West Irvington Road needs a fence. One 10-foot fence and one 15 would be enough to block both entrances. If you choose not to act, this will mean that students won't feel safe to attend their classes, and the staff already feels demoralized by the continuous destruction of what should be a symbol of prosperity. This being due to vandalism in the form of broken windows, theft, graffiti, defecation, and urination near doorways, and continuous use of the premises as a home by vagrants at night. Needless to say, they have reason. We must consider that this is where community members better their lives, where they get their GEDs, learn English, and become citizens of this great nation. We must also consider that this building is in the heart of our minority community. If we make it more secure, it will mean the betterment of our wonderful city and the betterment of our minority and immigrant population. The second point I'd like to make, which is much more important, is that I work for security, and specifically I currently work for Pima Community College at a learning center that I had just mentioned. In my short months there, I've seen our tactics work wonders in making the area safer. Our strategies are simple. I call to PCC police dispatch once an hour and affirm that everything is clear or if they are needed. This simple idea, coupled with the limitation of free resources and continuous patrols for myself, has brought life back to a corner that had long since died. If this council started speaking with security companies and passed funding to support more dispatchers and specific task force to respond to these security guards, then we can implement this citywide and with every department. What that would mean is that every department would have an army of eyes and ears at their disposal. If this was coupled with the city making it mandatory for guards to wear cameras for the sake of protection, then you would have countless hours of indisputable evidence against every crime that occurs in front of them. This includes theft, assault, harassment, and all other unpunished crimes that occur every day in front of security. It would ensure that fewer violent criminals escape justice. Lastly, the best of these guards can be recruited by the departments easier if they are already connected. The best guards at non-discriminatory profiling and de-escalation could be offered bonuses. This would ensure that only the best and most non-violent officers are protecting us. The body cameras would prevent any lazy guards and would also ensure your investment. Thank you.
If I may ask you a couple of questions. Thank you so much, first and most importantly, for waiting so patiently.
Absolutely.
Thank you for dressing up and coming to speak to us so respectfully. What is your name? Just state your name for the record, please.
Apologies. My name is Thomas Reese. I live at 5950 South Saddle Ridge Lane. I've been a Tucsonian my entire life.
Thank you. Which Pima College Learning Center are you talking about?
So that's the one at 101 West Irvington Road, right by Raul Grijalva's office.
Desert Vista?
No, so that's it's actually a non-credit program that is.
But I mean the Desert Vista campus, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
So
No, it's the Pima College Learning Center at Irvington and 6th Avenue.
Irvington and Nogales, but yes, 6th Avenue, yeah.
Thank you. We will follow up with you just to give you additional information. I believe you provided us your phone number so that we could talk to you about the measures we've been taking throughout the years. And not only that, but working with Congressman Grijalva, we're investing more than $3 million in the area to make the area safer and of use to more community members. So I really appreciate you staying behind and being so patient.
If I may say so, I do have heard rumors that y'all are going to be putting a perimeter fence around 2025. Just a heads up, there's so much destruction in that area that something horrible is going to happen if you don't take action. Somebody's going to get hurt. That's a guarantee.
Mr. Reese. We will be following up. Thank you. We really appreciate it. So council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, April 4th at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so very much.